conversation happens when Salad is out playing with Horace Horsecollar at the local toilet, and the second half is in the house directed at the finger puppets. What seems like two fragmented streams of thoughts when spliced together actually gives us one completed conversation between Jeremy and his angry father, both played by Salad Finger's fractured mind. Here it is, properly laid out.
I thought you were out fighting the Great War. Pardon? I make a word with you. I don't understand.
You watch things
I'm not one for accusations, but this one's cast iron. What is
Batman.
This? I've seen you tailgating my daughter with aspirations of deflowering her rose. No. This isn't true. You've got the wrong bloke, Squire. I don't make mistakes, comrade. This one's textbook.
We have to win this game, bro.
Yeah, we have to.
Crystal clear storytelling, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know about you, but it makes
that was my
so
first game
much more
on, so
sense
like,
now.
Okay, this time this ain't pleasant. So the last time you left me alone and I had to kill a bot and 3 tryhards.
And deflower his daughter. Deflower.
My job was way too low.
Yeah, you landed over there at the bridge.
Alright, enough of roast the old
Yeah, because I had to switch my controller.
Remember, this is Salad rehashing past memories. So the fact that he eats his puppet in the end, or cannibalizes the head of some other Salad Fingers, seems to indicate that this conversation didn't quite end all that well for Jeremy. Most likely with the father killing him. Extreme? Maybe, but it seems like the father's fears about Jeremy might have been well-founded. You see, think for a minute about the horse Jeremy gives to Salad, and then remember the fact that it appears again in a doctor's office to have his stomach ripped out. Knowing what we know about the accusations against Jeremy, let's say for a second that he is indeed trying to deflower this young girl, and what's more, that he succeeds in doing so. Under this context, Jeremy giving Salad Fingers the present of a horse is symbolic of him getting the girl pregnant. Likewise, that means she would need to go see a doctor to have things taken care of, be it giving birth, or, on the flip side, having the baby aborted. And that's the memory we see Salad relive in episode 10, as at the
I just got a machine gun.
once again flips through a couple personalities where he starts as the girl getting examined by the doctor.
I got a minigun.
Checking me. Nimpers and camel spots.
This should be easy.
A girl who really enjoys
I got a mini and big pot for you.
There's people in my house.
before snapping into a new
I'll just give you a big pot.
that of the mother encouraging
I'm coming and I'm gonna give you a big pot and I have a banding bazooka.
Just try and sit still. Whilst the doctor eats your blood.
So stay where you are.
birth at the hands of the Swiss Army knife doctor. And for as gruesome as this scene is, we can confidently say that she gives birth, since the title of this episode is Birthday. So we're now left with the million-dollar question: whose birthday is it? Why, it's none other than our good friend, the second and most crucial finger puppet, Hubert Cumberdale. There are actually plenty of hints to confirm this sprinkled throughout the videos. Not only does Salad Fingers tell us at the beginning of episode 10 that it is Hubert's birthday today,
No!
but also in
Got
a
him.
very short
Build.
visit, we see the important visual of Hubert being abandoned on the ground, surrounded by branches. Now, as I covered last episode, baby imagery is everywhere in this series, especially babies being abandoned,
You're gonna have to
with
give me
Mr.
those heels.
Branches from episode 9 being one
Here.
of the strongest examples. So to depict Hubert
And I have a big pot.
branches, all while a tree is somehow
I have a
between
minigun
Salad
already.
Fingers' legs, is
Here.
an important visual.
No, here.
Hubert is clearly the baby, but there are other hints sprinkled throughout the series as well. For instance, in episode 8, Salad, adopting the voice of a scolding parent, takes Hubert off the bed to a tray of muck, saying,
Scrub that muck off at once, Hubert Cumberdale.
Don't put these
No
rounds.
dirty
I took
immigrants
off
in my house.
it's not just an insult, it's pointing to the fact that Hubert was born of a
Wait,
black
wait.
father, Jeremy Fisher, which during the World War I era was a big deal. This is the time in history when the immigration into the UK found the
Okay, he's weak.
Knocked him.
known as scientific racism flourished, a time in which white Europeans
I knocked him.
claims to prove that they were the superior race. Things like saying that the Caucasian brain was anatomically larger than other races,
Got him.
or relating facial structure to overall intelligence.
Got a
That,
spy.
coupled with the increased immigration caused by the war, resulted in attitudes like the one Salad Fingers expresses in this moment. It's a key point of seeing Hubert ostracized by his own family.
Alright, I'm carrying the bandage.
It's even reflected in the way Hubert tastes. In episode 2, we see that Hubert
Alright.
You taste like southern poo.
again indicating a different status than someone like Marjorie who tastes like
Sunshine dust.
Hubert is simply considered dirty or unclean. How does this all fit with the ending? As a refresher, Salad Fingers encounters a table with 5 other salad finger-looking creatures, except each is physically mutilated in some way. At the head of the table is a 6th chair.
You could get a big pot.
For him, Salad is physically
I know that.
at first, until a mysterious pole lowers down with the gift, a hat made out of the remains of the now-dead Milford cubicle. The present makes him feel at home, and the series ends with him saying in triumph,
I shall wear it from here to the grave. What a terrific special day.
so WTF?
I don't know if I have
Seriously,
a
we just saw a horse get ripped apart, and now this is our big ending? Well, yeah, actually, and here's why. Salad Fingers is Hubert Cumberdale, the child born out of wedlock that never found his place, always being ostracized by a family that never wanted him in the first place. This ending shows that he finally feels as though he's found acceptance, a place where he fits in. He's found his family. Granted, it's a family of deformed mutants who don't actually acknowledge
Who moved the bandage?
and who am I to take that away from our little green hero? So first, how do we know that Hubert and Salad Fingers are...
Who moved the bandage? So I need to fix my settings.
The doctor seen in the forest,
I don't have my
Hubert,
bandage
as
with
we
Luke
discussed,
anymore.
gets left
I'm
behind.
carrying
When
another
Salad
sniper.
Fingers is back at the house, the birthday party is no longer for Hubert, it's
People.
for him. He's the one the presents are for, and he's also the one excited about how the other guests remembered him on his big day.
For me,
Hide behind something. Hide behind something.
It's also worth noting that randomly, Hubert is wearing a top hat in this episode, and what gift does Sally get at the very end of the video? A similar-looking top hat. But it goes beyond that. The Hubert puppet is also the only one to be able to change forms, becoming black goo that burns to the touch. Unlike the other finger puppets, this one is supernatural.
Alright, come up here. Come over me.
Wait, let me get the one.
Grounded in reality. Hubert is also seen the most, and is one that we see in life-size scale multiple times.
There's 2 lightsabers down here. And there's people going up there.
Salad Fingers' true personality. None of the other characters that Salad Fingers hops between. Both Marjorie and Jeremy interact with other personalities. The angry father, the disappointed husband, but Hubert seems most connected to the true Salad Fingers. So if that's all the case, then it makes
Go over here.
sense why this ending is
Come on, let's get in here.
Fingers. In episode 8, we see just how lonely he is, so much so that he keeps a memorial of hairs, 5 different hairs, each one a different shade and color.
Got him.
Let's
That
go.
is Luke right here.
They're mementos of his lost family. At the end of the episode, he's forced to get rid of them, something that is so devastating that he ends the episode by crying in the corner of his safety cover. So we have 5 hairs, but also 5 different people at that final table. Coincidence?
There's a boat coming.
In the end, I have no solid proof.
Over there?
I only assume that this scene is meant to be Salad Fingers
There's a boat over there.
united with the 5 people in his life who
let's go for
abandoned him in some way. People who either died or disowned
You
him.
hit one for 24.
Witnessed across the series.
Nice.
Some combination of the father figure we saw in episode 4, who fled to France, afraid of being caged by a baby.
I'm gonna try to snipe
and
one.
his younger brother from shore leave, who either died young or during the Great War. Anti-Bainbridge, probably represented by the gray hair. And the
on
most
you.
likely candidate for the voice of Roger the radio. The woman and others giving the Salad Fingers.
I got one really low. I took all his shield.
Salad's wife from episode 9.
I hit
Wife
one.
left him to care for their baby alone. And then Yvonne, the baby he just didn't know how
Or
to
died.
handle and had to give away. Maybe even his mother, who, if the episode 10 doctor's appointment is any indication,
Come on, you got this.
in childbirth.
Put up.
5 hairs, 5 months loved ones. Run away, dead, giving Salad Fingers. Should I say you?
No, other person.
Stuck in time and trapped.
Yeah, the pug doesn't have any. Oh, wow. This is what I hate when I don't have any more mats.
Friend hat, like the one he gave to Hubert back in episode 5. He's finally accepted. He's found
Hurry up.
his place at the table. It's as though Salad Fingers has finally come to grips
Practice
with
a little
who he
bit in
is,
creative
leaving the
first
puppet
because
behind in the woods
I
and
need
being
to
born
practice my
again into
buildable
his
stuff.
true
Yeah,
Get
as
into game.
Hubert.
Yeah, I couldn't build that all. I ran out of mats the first 5 seconds.
Deserve some love too.
What a truly special.
Like, I need to practice my building, kid.
Next game, let's land on Weepy Woods, where we could just farm like trees.
Just a theory.
Alright, but,
a film
Can we do like a little bit of creative first?
Yeah.
Oh, and
Alright.
full disclosure, I still have no idea what's the deal with Milford Cubicle or why it's his skin making the friend hat. Maybe it's just a remnant of the real world poking in. I don't know. I'm a theorist. I'm not a
Where do you go when you
Wait,
drop
say yeah,
in
the Lava
photo
Legends pack is back. The Lava
to a
Legends.
place far, far away from other...
Look, the Lava Legends pack's back. The lava.
Help me,
I don't know when it's back.
Help me.
Apparently it's probably restricted to creative.
You'd better have a good reason for all this rumpus.
Alright, ready up.
To us, Mr. Fingers, you lied. You abandoned us for years, left us. But now I'll make sure you're never allowed to leave us again.
Okay,
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, where, after 6 years, the online video nightmare is back. Salad Fingers. Early in Film Theory's life, I tried my best to interpret the series and all of its rust-coated, ink-baby-filled storytelling, and I think I did a pretty darn good job. After piecing together fragmented toilet conversations and 40s-era pop culture references, we were able to diagnose Salad Fingers' dissociative identity disorder. Overall themes of childhood trauma and struggling to belong. So how does episode 11, Glass Brother, fit into all this after 6 years of hiatus? Does it upend everything that we thought we knew about this series? Surprisingly, no. For as bizarre as this episode is, boy, does it get weird. It feels like the most straightforward one that we've had to date, one that actually aligns with my earlier analysis pretty darn well. That being said, it is worth mentioning that you might want to catch up on the previous two-part theory right here. Give it a rewatch if it's been a while. That's not me just trying to get extra views out of those videos. I actually had to go back and watch them myself to remember what the heck I said, because this series is just that deep and complex. Rewarding if you're willing to dive into all its creepy details. So now, with that look back out of the way, it's time to look ahead to Chapter 11, to uncover whatever mysteries may be held within those leafy green fingers. In Episode 11, Salad Fingers starts off playing with his happy
also,
puppet friend.
if you can, go watch, Film Theory. He's a really good YouTuber. I like watching him a lot.
Be a real boy, Salad takes it upon himself to help this puppet friend grow up a little, recreating that classic scene in Pinocchio where Geppetto sews sticky flesh chunks onto his puppet from the dead skin collection in his junk drawer. It's a tale as old as time. This turns Hubert into a
Real-life flesh boy.
who's so happy he...
I just want to dunk on the rooftops for all 50.
Salad loves this new and improved Hubert Cumberdale like a son, romping around their World War I era wasteland. Well, that is until Salad starts getting harassed by two people who show up in his mirror. His mother and an evil mirror version of himself, the Glass Brother from the episode's title. A lot of verbal abuse and one nasty porridge later, Glass Brother steals Hubert Fleshboy Cumberdale, spurring Salad to travel into the mirror world and rescue him. In the end, Salad smashes his mirror, licks up the pieces, and lives happily ever after with Fleshboy. See? Like I said, perfectly obvious what's going on here, right? Right? Okay, so maybe not. In typical Salad Finger style, even with some kind of comprehensible storyline, there's still a lot of weirdness to unpack in order to understand what this episode means, rather than just simply understanding the actions that are happening on the surface level. Now, in my previous series on the franchise, I
It didn't let me join this game, so I'm just gonna play some solos.
Salad Fingers himself. They share the same birthday, the same weird hat. Hubert has powers the other puppets don't, and they both seem to be mistreated at the hands of their family. In short, the two appear to be linked directly to each other in a way that Salad doesn't share with other characters in the story. And this Hubert-Salad connection may actually be officially confirmed in the opening moments of Part 11 via a subtle clue that's very easy to overlook. In the scene where Salad holds up a mirror to Hubert, where we would expect to see the puppet's face reflected back at him, we instead see Salad's own face. It's an odd little detail, especially when you consider that David Hurst, the series creator, explicitly chooses to show that the mirror adheres to him. And throughout the surrounding scenes, we see the mirror accurately reflecting other things, like the freshly haircutted Marjorie Stewart Baxter. This feels like an intentional creative decision
Actually, I'm gonna land here in Pleasant.
Hubert and Salad are indeed one and the same, or at the very least, reflections of one another. The next scene shows Salad turning Hubert into a real boy using spare flesh. Now, if you notice, this drawer contains memorabilia from past episodes. The pump from when Salad Fingers was recovering after giving birth in episode 9 letter, a phone that I actually have no idea what it is. It kind of looks like a very small baby. And the broken name tag of Milford Cubicle. Real name Harry, the guy used a barbecue apron who in episode 3 died banging his head against the door and was later skinned to a Salad friendship hat in episode 10. It's that reference and the fact that he's the only character that we've ever seen in the series that makes me think that this box is filled with his spare flesh, and that the flesh being sewn out of Hubert is his. Let's talk about this idea of Hubert becoming a real boy for a second, shall we? Salad's personality, and, well, he's not your typical man. I mean, he's not your typical anything, really, but he's definitely not what you would call masculine. We see him giving birth, wearing bride's dresses, flirting with strangers, choking himself, and doing a fair bit of crying. For someone whose father was a soldier in the Great War, this sort of behavior is seen as dishonorable, embarrassing, especially when you consider that this is back in the 40s. Salad most likely got harassed for all these reasons. So Hubert wrapping himself up in the flesh of someone else, a male character, is truly a rebirth of sorts. You can hear it in the nursery-style musical chimes in the background, the way Salad heaps compliments onto him like you would a newborn baby.
Who's that little dazzling dreamboat? Sugar cheeks, thunder thighs.
And the way Hubert speaks reflects this too. He's a new, carefree person who's just been born.
I'm fresh and ready for life.
And if it's a rebirth for Hubert, then we already know that it's also representative of a rebirth for Salad Fingers himself. He's finally able to give rise to something in his life that's able to do what he always struggled with. Fit in as a real boy. And
I'm landing here. I land there a lot because there's like a lot of good loot there, and no one lands there.
Hubert, like his own baby, specifically mentioning how lucky he is to have Hubert in his life.
I've surely been blessed by the soft hand of our great.
Oh, shit, I land salty.
So this is all great. Salad has himself.
Has a tail, a head to it is, so salty it is.
Starting over, then everything starts to go sideways when Salad encounters Glass Brother, his reflection in mirror and the title character of the episode.
And this is not Spawn Island. This is actually what is it called? This is Shipwreck Cove.
But it's also not really a reflection of Salad either. This is the actual first appearance of Glass Brother, and it's immediately clear that his defining characteristic is that he's pretty darn nasty, going on to insult Salad Fingers in pretty much every way possible.
Khaki spiders fingers and lesbian Andrew hands. Why? Glass brother. So mean.
So who or what is Glass Brother? Is he Salad's brother? Salad's reflection? What is really going on with this character? Well, the answer is that he's a little bit old, in the sense that Glass Brother is the voice inside Salad's head telling him that he's stupid, telling him that he'll never amount to anything. Basically, throughout this episode, you can think of Glass Brother as being that nagging sense of self-doubt, self-loathing that we all
Give me that.
have at times. Except in this case, that self-doubt is what Salad sees every time he looks at a reflective surface. He's a reflection of Salad, yes, but more accurately, he's a reflection of what Salad has been told is wrong with him for his entire life.
You'll never be a real boy.
Which again goes back to the idea of Salad being a boy who struggled to fit in. But through Hubert growing up and becoming a real-life flesh boy, we see a Salad Fingers newfound confidence. He's a proud parent now, which is giving him purpose and strength. You notice how in this scene, when Salad first starts talking to Glass Brother, he immediately recognizes that this is not himself. This is not his own reflection. He tells him that he wouldn't understand his love for baby Hubert because
You're just a glass brother.
he's dismissing that hateful voice in his own head. But as soon as he establishes that there is indeed a difference between them, the new challenger enters the ring. The source of all that hate from the get-go, Glass Brother. And you know that when someone's mom symbolically shows up in a mirror, we're gonna be getting into some deep psychological issues. Now, we know from previous episodes that Salad Fingers had what you might call a rough upbringing. By every indication we have from previous episodes, his mother was either abusive, neglectful, or both. She's the hateful voice speaking to him over the radio. Somehow, Salad switches it to with throwing humor into the mug.
Immigrants in my house.
And now, she's the one reminding him, "You're a stupid boy."
Yes, Mother.
Notice that when we see Salad respond that yes, he is stupid, we're not actually seeing Salad respond. We're seeing Glass Brother respond. This is an important distinction because it gives us a big clue as to what Glass Brother is. The fact that we see Glass Brother responding, but only see the back of Salad's head, further confirms that Glass Brother is the version of Salad Fingers who agrees with his mother. He's the one who does see Salad as stupid, as useless, as ugly. Again, Glass Brother is Salad's inner negative monologue, reinforcing his self-hatred and the abuse that's been heaped on him by his family. When she asks him to fetch her porridge, in her next line, notice that Salad says,
Yes, Glass Mother.
yes, Glass Mother. This is an important distinction because it's the real Salad talking from outside the mirror, recognizing that this is Glass Mother, whereas when Glass Brother is talking, he just refers to her as Mother.
Pass Mother the porridge.
Because they're on the same side, both physically and mentally. From there, the two of them keep verbally abusing Salad, calling him a weak little squirt and weakly bones. Then, interestingly, the tables turn. We see the world from Glass Brother's side, and Glass Mother says,
You'll forever just be a lonely reflection.
we then hear Salad say,
It's not fair. I've been in here for too long.
these lines give us the impression that Salad is the one trapped in the mirror world. But again, this is just cluing us into the perception that Salad has of himself. He's not really in some weird alternate dimension. Probably, I mean, the series is weird. The more likely explanation is that Salad feels
Yeah, I'm letting the spot I always land.
he's constantly experiencing from Glass Brother and Mother. He feels like a prisoner in his own mind and his own life. And as Glass Brother tells him,
Those khaki spider fingers aren't going anywhere.
except this time, it's different. This time, Salad has the new and improved Hubert Cumberdale Real Boy, aka the new reborn version of himself, to pick him up, who has a new chance at life, because instead of being put down, he's now being loved and positively reinforced by Salad, his parental figure, who, is also sort of himself. You get it. Over the following scenes, we just get more strong indicators that Glass Mother is responsible for a lot of Salad Fingers' problems, including potentially poisoning him intentionally.
But Glass Mother, you'll eat what I tell you, Joe. Don't make me come through that mirror and poke out your eyes.
Later, the real boy comes in and takes care of him, showing the stark difference between Salad's relationship with Glass Mother and his relationship with
Actually, I'm gonna land Misty.
being together attracts the unwanted attention of Glass Brother. When Salad talks about how Hubert is his
He's my real life flesh boy, the most beautiful boy in the world.
it inspires Glass Brother to steal away Salad from the beginning by snatching Hubert out of the mirror. Glass Mother starts straight away to turn him into another Salad Fingers.
Stick him in the coal shed.
Again, all of this is symbolic of Salad's inability to change his mother's negative reinforcement and abuse, and how every attempt he's made at a new beginning for himself is stolen away by the faces who loved him in the mirror. But instead of ending it on that note, honestly, like you kind of expect an episode of Salad Fingers to end, we get a big rescue scene instead. Huzzah! Salad sneaks into the glass world late at night for a puddle, and I gotta say, I love this detail here. He's able to drop through the water now at night, and there's no reflection, whereas earlier in the day, he did have a reflection because the sun was out. He had to deal with himself face to face. He had to once again confront his reflection. Once he's in the mirror world, he grabs Hubert and confronts Glass Brother.
I don't think you ought to have stolen.
This is a huge turning point for the character. Clearly, the first time Salad stood up to this negative self-talk he's been trapped with most of his life. As soon as it happens, we see the real ugliness of Glass Brother truly come out full force. His turning to nails, symbolically representing how harmful his words have been all along. And then he and Glass Mother start vibrating like they're glitching in the Matrix. Suddenly, realize Salad has upended their game, standing up for himself. Finally, the mirror shatters, symbolically into tiny pieces that are too small for any of the characters to climb through. Even though Glass Mother's voice multiplied because there's now tons of mirror shards, she's powerful because Salad stood up for himself. He smashes her insults up until they're too small to hear anymore. It's really uplifting, right? And then because we couldn't just have a nice ending without more fleshy goop sound, Salad rubs Hubert into the glass shards in a nice way, and then he licks them off like a mama cat. It's one of those moments that feels like it's weird just to be weird, but based on this idea that Salad is away from the negative cycles of his past, my interpretation is that it's him acknowledging that yes, he is a product of his upbringing, but it doesn't have to swallow him up. Instead, he wipes clean the broken shards of his past, internalizes them, but remains his own grown-up real boy. And this interpretation is reinforced by the final shot of the episode, where we see that one small shard of glass has survived, big enough for Salad to see Glass Mother in, still bursting the dickens out of it. This is my favorite moment of this whole episode.
Okay, I'm in Pleasant Park.
Salad Fingersy way, it's pretty relatable. Salad can't ever completely get rid of Glass Mother. The impact she had on him will always be there in some small way, just like we can never 100% get rid of our own negative self-talk or the negativity that we receive from other people. There's always going to be that one little shard left. But the cool thing about this moment is that Salad Fingers shows that he's okay. And yes, it's definitely a little weird that he uses the shard to cut open his finger and smear with blood, but what this represents is that these feelings, that Glass Mother will always be a part of him. And yeah, she's wounded him, but he goes on to take the shard and put it away. The shard is still there, it still exists, but he closed it in a box and moved past it. And now he can finally heal and move on. A happy Salad Fingers ending. Would you look at that? So do Hubert and Salad just ride off into their fleshy little sunset? Is Salad free? Well, on one hand, I'd like to say, yeah, he's finally done it. On the other hand, though, listen to Glass Mother's final line. On your arms for clicking stops. Just right until your father gets where she gets cut off mid-sentence when she's saying, wait until your father gets home. Now, I may have missed it somewhere along the line, but I don't really think that we've dealt with all of Salad's bad issues yet, which seems especially relevant now that he's got a kid of his own. So in future episodes, I would expect to see a newly confident Salad Fingers coming fresh off of defeating his Glass Mother, now having to confront some kind of appearance, symbolic appearance, corpse appearance, or finger puppet equivalent of his father.
No.
We can finally deal with whatever he might have in store for our little green friend. Am I right about this? I would genuinely love to know if this is what David Firth intended. If so, awesome. It's a ton of fun to analyze. It's one of my favorite theories, actually, that we cover on Film Theory. And oh yeah, I get that special privilege of listening to all those gooey flesh boy sounds at uncomfortably high volumes and headphones over and over and over again. But hey, if not, and I'm wrong, well, heck, it was still fun. See you in another 6 years for episode 12. But hey, that's just a theory. A film theory. And cut.
And there's people shooting over there. I don't have a lot of mats.
Weird was the most disturbing stuff on YouTube. Think again. Is that right, Salad Fingers? Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory. Giving myself nightmares just to explain a decades-old web series. And that's no exaggeration. I have been wrecked for a week working on this thing. But man, what a rewarding series it is to analyze. So as we prepare to pop right in.
Why? Why does there have to be someone behind me?
Salad Fingers was successfully able to terrify a generation, making it one of the founding fathers of online video terror. I kid you not. I remember being in high school and everyone daring each other to watch the first episode of this. The next day, kids would come back racked. I'll admit it, the build-up for how scary this was so strong that I actually didn't watch it. Only just picking it up this year to finally satisfy my curiosity, thinking, hey, I've grown up a bit, this shouldn't be nearly as scary as it was when we were back in high school. But I was definitely wrong. Freakish imagery, gut-wrenching sound design, and an unsettling story, all packaged in stiff, inhuman animations in the way only early Flash videos can animate. It was, and still is, congrats on the first half of season 4, Morty. Thanks, Matt Pat. Glad you liked it. It's a show that, takes a lot of brain power to understand. I know. We have to do another theory on your show. Oh, jeez, Matt Pat. Haven't you done enough of those already? Really seems like you're looking at franchise for cheap YouTube views.
Hey. Hello?
How many multi-week breaks have you taken during the rollout of those 10 episodes? Well, we're on number 3
Hey.
right now.
Are you ready to play some duels?
Really milking this show for the views.
Are you ready to play some duels?
Welcome to Film Theory.
I think I'm ready.
Okay.
Infinite realities, but at this point, I really enjoyed doing individual episode breakdowns of Rick and Morty this season. I guess you could call it Matt Pat selfish content. I did it because, you know what? I just really wanted to talk about this show with someone other than Stephanie all the time. And luckily, you all seem to enjoy those little fast turnaround mini theory episodes too, which was great. I would expect to see probably a couple more of those show up when the second half of the season drops. That said, this is not one of those theories where I spend a lot of time breaking down an individual episode or an individual character or specific moment. This theory is about season 4 of Rick and Morty as a whole, where the second half of the season and beyond goes from here. Because more so than in past seasons, there seems to have been a lot of disgruntled Rick and Morty fans out there talking about how this has been a disjointed season. One without a whole lot of focus, no real themes to latch onto, nothing deep being explored in a void of toilet humor, shrimp piling the Third Reich, and snakes. A surprisingly large amount of snakes. As the user Dr. Lecter put it on Reddit, quote, in season 4 we're not really seeing those family dynamics anymore. Now the premise is just fan service, cheap laughs, insane antics with no grounding and furthering the plot or the premise of the show, end quote. And I use that quote as an example, but
Do you want to land here and we go camp the whole match? Or do you want to land at Pleasant Park and you just kill everyone there?
I mean, sure, in earlier seasons, the through lines were a lot easier to follow. Season 1
we
turned
do
sci-fi
look
tropes
salty.
on their head by showing that
Okay.
when you fix a problem with sci-fi magic, you actually create disasters. You wish your dog
Oh, I jumped by
could
accident, no.
enslave you. You want to shrink down
We're gonna have to go
your
weeping.
body. Too bad you're gonna
Yeah, we perform a lot of mats there.
Santa in the process.
Yeah, we'll get our wood up.
Yeah, well, spoiler alert, she's gonna turn into a praying mantis
Don't break
trying
the
to
trees
eat your
entirely,
neck, thereby
though.
necessitating
Yeah, you hit them until they're 50.
we start to get real glimpses of just how powerful Rick is, but also the rampant waves of destruction that he leaves behind. Rick fractures time, he upends peaceful planets.
Yeah, there's people here. There's people here.
Yeah, no.
Weapons of assassin that gets most of his friends killed by the end of those 10 episodes. Fast forward to season 3.
Yeah, there's
we see
two,
the damage that
three
Rick
teams here.
causes isn't just on a galactic scale, but also on a personal one. Specifically with his family, the unhealthy relationship that exists between him and his daughter Beth.
No, this guy just aimbotted me.
Stay there, I got you. I got you.
No, he's finishing. He's finishing, bro.
I don't care, I got your Vivo card.
He literally didn't even miss one shot on me.
I'm fly fishing, Rick. No, not every single episode necessarily plays into these themes, but overall, Rick and Morty seasons do indeed have arcs, which means that in theory, season 4 should be no exception. So what is the arc here? And if there is one, what's it saying?
I literally didn't even get to turn around.
What can we expect when the series returns? Whenever it decides to return, which apparently, according to my Google News alerts, was supposedly January 12th, then January 17th. Seriously, you got me excited each and every week. Like a lot of websites are worse at predicting.
Put out the sword. Put out the sword.
I was trying to, but he didn't let me.
This episode, me getting public.
This time, let's land.
Aimbotted me.
Directly contradicts everything that I'm about to say in this
Oh,
year. So,
Let's land Sawtooth.
here's content activate.
Yeah, it's kinda
In case you
salty.
need a little refresher on Rick and Morty season 4, here's the
I remember
You knew
killing
about
one
it
of these
yesterday.
skins.
so far. Episode 1, Rick and Morty harvest some death crystals that show the user exactly how they're gonna die.
Actually, no, it was today.
Person who's died with Jessica by his side makes every decision from then on to preserve that future, causing a lot of carnage on the way.
Other people. I mean, that's what
Don't forget to go get the thing later if you wanted to join.
No thanks. Must continue in ways that lead to dying with
Mr.
you.
No.
Meanwhile, Rick gets himself killed, but keeps on getting resurrected into various clone forms, trying to get back to his original
He's wearing the
reality.
red.
Many of these realities are dominated by fascist animals, but Rick is eventually helped by the wasp version of himself to get home.
We're all in this together. We're wasps, not monsters. Guess I don't have it as bad as I thought.
Episode 2, Jerry makes an app. So, you know how this one's gonna play out.
Oh,
What are
yeah.
you guys doing? Did you
Make a
develop an app? In an episode concept ripped straight out of Black Mirror, we watch the world tear itself apart using
There's
Jerry's
eggs.
date-finding app, Love Finder,
And there's
which
cheese.
tells people who their soulmates are gonna be, but changes that match constantly. Meanwhile, Rick goes on a hunt for revenge to punish
Can
the
you give me
bad
water?
guys.
Can you give me water?
Toilet. What
Or some
begins
juice?
the quest
That's very salty.
becomes a budding friendship with Rick about the future death of mankind. Friendship that unfortunately cut off prematurely with the phantom
Then salty, we're form up some mats.
get ourselves in
We're on salty.
with Rick building a machine to randomize space plans, only to demonstrate how nonsensical and formulaic they are.
Well done, Rick. Randotron? I'm afraid not what you thought was a random non-plan to get to me and then a meticulously choreographed way of bringing you all in.
And in the episode, we get ourselves a big twist. That the root goal of Rick's complex space plan was in itself a complex plan to sour Morty on the concept of heists. Since Morty had been working on a place screenplay that may have gotten to deal with Netflix and thereby prevented it from going on future adventures.
I don't know. Perhaps my friend's got Netflix, so we could lose him.
Okay, I just noticed how bad these graphics are. Oh my god, I have a slow jump again.
There's a lot for a show that wants to turn a character into a pickle. Morty gets himself a dragon who ultimately bulldogs more strongly than Rick, thereby leading us down a rabbit hole of dragons and crabs.
Alright, so I have a low jump again.
With the talking cat
I don't care, I have no weapons. And a default killed me.
and in episode 5, Morty gets bit by a snake.
Alright, I'll go up here and
She
reboot.
subsequently kills and feels guilty about.
I'm trying to run over to you.
Planet. When the snake planet realizes that
I'm gonna bring you attack.
in this universe, they invent time and space,
Just grab me. Grab me.
forcing Rick and Morty to do some turbo
Because there's no one around me and I'm
and prevent their downfall.
running as fast as I can. So come over
I'll
here.
come as fast as I can.
Scarier to unite against you little idiot. They dedicated themselves into making universe-destroying, unthought-out
We can both take the slurp check. I have a med kit for you too.
Okay.
And honestly, it is.
I might not make it. How much HP are you at?
I'm 36, but you could. I see you. Look at you right there. And also, because I'm walking toward you, you're definitely going to make it. At least at 10. Here, heal me.
Even as
Not
I sit
letting me.
here writing
It's not
and
letting
recording
me.
the episode, it's like high fantasy to snakes, death crystals to heist plans, a weird mix of episodes. But when you actually take a step back, away from looking
I told you at 10 there, probably let me there.
common theme, which
Let me
is
give you ammo.
theme is about the fact that life is just a series of random
Alright, get over
events.
to the slurp check. Let's get over to the slurp check.
Episodes deals with the
Alright,
idea
take your
of
med kit in the
fate
bush. Let's
and
take
whether
your
or
med
not
kit in the bush.
destiny
Okay.
Spoiler alert, the show concludes the answer to be no, but let's look at each episode to figure out
Come on.
what's next.
Okay.
Episode 1
And then we get the slurp shop, and then we go over there to Salty.
show you how you're gonna die. If you focus on following one extremely specific path or another throughout your whole life, you're guaranteed to know how you're
They're
Okay,
on
so-
top of the
It's like literally
bridge.
holding your
Alright,
fate
let's
in
go.
the palm of your hand. Or is it? As the episode unfolds, Morty blindly follows the direction of the crystal in order to control one thing about his life.
We should be good now.
Meantime, he's completely lost control of everything else.
I have an
Now
AR,
to the
so I can
direction
beam
that
him.
he walks down the whole
Okay, I'm gonna farm up some mats. So if I get a build
I
battle,
have 10 builds. I have 10
play out
builds.
the way that he expected it to.
I want to comfort the people who are dying, who have no one else in their lives.
Oh, there's a burst right there, but I don't think she should go for it.
What? This in turn serves as our thesis statement for the rest of the season.
look at that. There's a guy over there.
I revived him. I hit him 20. I hit him 20. It's not pushed though. It's not pushed. Alright, get that AR. Get that AR.
I'm getting the burst.
There's people are blue, I think.
And the idea of following your one true destiny is laughable in the face of an infinite multiverse. To show us just how futile the idea of control is, this is an example towards the end of the episode. Here,
Come over here.
the graphic version of Rick, who has been powerless to do anything to control his own fate for the entire episode, finally gains
Got him. Oh, another one.
Kill him.
Got him. Done.
Save me that AR ammo since I really need some.
by the wasp version of Rick from another universe, punctuating the idea that one,
There's bandages under this.
You see, the guy I killed,
and two, as
the default. That's the same guy that almost killed me in the beginning.
Not the one that's gonna figure it out. Don't worry,
It's
Rick.
not even letting me revive.
two lightens things up a bit
It's okay.
around through dating apps and destiny.
No.
Figure. Love
It keeps
Finders is an app
stopping.
that supposedly predicts your soulmate. Everyone on Earth, desperate to find answers in their own confusing lives, immediately latches onto this idea, showing that everyone is just
No.
looking for this elusive idea idea
I
of
hate
their destiny
this.
finding their one true love, the person they are fated to be with, because, well, that would mean that there's a plan for everyone's life.
I
The
am
problem
holding
is
it.
that people's soulmates keep changing, ultimately ending up being
Finally.
random because there's no such thing as
I'm
a
gonna take this
soulmate.
as,
But
wait,
there's
can I
no
make an
such
SMG
thing
somewhere?
as destiny. Life is random. Sometimes you end up with a winner.
Can I have some of your ammo?
To a guy whose only
Yeah.
future is as a telemarketer for diet supplements.
There.
On the off chance that you usually nap and there's someone out there.
You have light ammo, like minigun ammo.
Did you?
They're rebooting, they're rebooting.
I got him.
We also learn a little bit more about how this destiny business applies to Rick and his bathroom habits over at his plotline. Rick's remote shy pooping habits are a desperate sin.
Got one on me.
I couldn't get him because he had it. I don't care. If you at least could like kill him, I should be good. Build on him.
No, I hate that.
I don't like the lightsabers.
They have to, why are they bringing it back to the game? Like, there's nothing about lightsabers in the game.
I like the Kingsman,
No,
but I
that's
don't like the.
There's nothing. I mean, there's freaking Star Wars anywhere. Like, the movie already passed. There's no freaking thing left. Anything.
No, it's the rise the rise of the Skywalker.
Yeah, they already came out already.
Yeah, I don't know, but like Fortnite just like realized, oh look, there's a new movie, The Rise of the Skywalker.
No, that's the reason that they put out the lightsabers at first.
He quit his job, started.
Or I mean the last Skywalker.
He crashed into a tree, space skiing down Mount Space Everest.
Because the universe is
I don't
random.
know.
Letting go of control doesn't give you any.
That already came out. The last Skywalker came out like a long time ago.
Yeah.
And then Fortnite was like, oh look, there's a new movie. Because they just found out about it and they put it.
Here is that it's futile to control your destiny, even for an AI.
I
Even
just
for the
hate
smartest guy
Fortnite. Like, they're literally making
Land here.
everyone quit Fortnite.
I get really good loot there.
They're making everyone quit Fortnite, like, literally.
By adding bots in.
No, the bots are okay.
Like, no, at first, the worst thing they did was put the bots in. Then seconds was how they had to make us not play Fortnite for 2 days. Then last was
No, the
when,
bots were actually good because you could get 2 wins.
no, but like, most people didn't like the bots because they're way too easy to kill and they wanted a challenge.
I'm landing in this part over here.
I always land at the tower.
There's people landing here and where we're going.
Yeah, there's only 2.
How did
We
that
should be
guy
good.
have solo the drop?
He landed like an hour ago. Damn, that's really low of a drop.
There's 2 people.
Yeah, we could take them.
I'm coming here.
High fantasy, more like grotesque reality. The TLDR here is your fantasy won't save you. There's nothing romantic about our story. It's just kind of icky and uncomfortable, just like reality. The last lesson this season teaches us is in episode 5, which is less about trying to control your own fate.
I got a pump and that's it.
I have a burst.
Sentient snakes. It's just a weird season. Alright, in an effort to control the fate of an overpopulated
I'm
planet,
probably gonna kill someone with this pump.
place one he accidentally killed in outer space.
Because I have really good aim for pump.
Tampers with the fate of an entire species. He changes their perceived destiny. Unfortunately, not only is fate not a real thing, you shouldn't tamper with someone else's because it's going to come back and bite you. Literally. In the course of the episode, we see that trying to affect your future, or worse, go back to your past to fix your future, just results in a big old mess. The universe is too complicated.
Well, I got many.
What's supposed to happen?
I have a big pot.
Future. You can't do it. Even if you
gonna go over there and we'll push them. I really want kills.
Your fate because you don't have one. And
Well, I wouldn't go push them yet.
But I do
You
have
have
a
a
big pot
shotgun?
here. Yeah, I have a pump.
I have a green pack. I mean a gray pack.
Oh, here's a shotgun here.
What happened? Isn't that yours?
No. I just opened the chest.
Alright, here's the thing.
Wow.
listening note, we're left to piece together what this lesson means for Rick, the people
It
in his
really.
life, and the rest of his
Whoa.
season.
Why? Why? Just why?
Control your place in the universe. Frankly, his family is starting to
Whenever I go,
Morty refuses to blindly
the mini's the opposite way.
failing to resurrect him, not listening to his argument before flying off in a spaceship. Morty knows that Rick will say anything to control the situation, whether or not it's in Morty's best interest. In short, Morty leaves Rick for dead in episode 1 of this season and isn't concerned about it in the
I'm going
slightest.
for the
He's
pump.
also become bored with adventures.
Okay.
That Rick and Morty are grave robbers.
I'm gonna wonder where the other guys are.
Promises of a dragon before going out with Rick. You asked me to cut class and fight robots with you. I said no. His relationship with Rick, which has been the foundation of this franchise, is on the rocks.
That's where I saw
He
them
is
land.
sick and tired of Rick's antics. Morty's not the only one either.
Yeah, they're here. They have lightsabers.
Finally standing up to Rick's manipulative control over her and her family's life. Starting as soon as
No,
episode
this guy has a freaking class and I don't have a lightsaber. Like, I hate this.
and again in
The lightsabers are so retarded. Like, he's just protecting his teammate with the freaking lightsaber.
If Morty ever gets a
Damn,
nice
bro.
single dream, it had better be because of his own disillusionment.
Kill the one that's being protected by the lightsaber. Kill the Deadpool.
family no matter what. Even
Kill the Deadpool. Kill the Deadpool.
she still wanted him as a part of the family, but now she's over it. She's seen Rick for who he really is, and she just kind of knows. She's also
I'm not going for the Deadpool.
active role in Motherick's episode 2 is mantra, a role that we first seen her
Did I really just trick them? Oh no, I didn't.
Oh my god, I hate this.
we also
Kill the Deadpool. He has his back out.
criticize
I hate this.
your relationship.
All they're doing is protecting each other with a freaking lightsaber.
I hate the lightsaber. It's so stupid. Why did they add it in the game?
This sucks. Again, a far cry from Summer that we've seen in previous seasons. She's more self-assured than we've ever seen her as a pop culture tastemaker.
Or I wish
Okay, that's it. I'm landing at Salty, and I swear on my life, I'm killing everyone I find.
Help her make decisions.
I'm killing everyone I find that has a lightsaber. Like, I'm not even joking. I'm actually killing them.
No, I don't
hate
care.
the
I don't
lightsaber.
care if they have a lightsaber or not. I'm just killing
The
them.
most pronounced arc in the series to become a stronger person, less influenced by Rick's constant demeaning. He gets reassurances from Beth that they're together for the right reasons in episode 2.
On the off chance that you use the app and there's someone out there.
I didn't use it. Did you?
No.
Well, then we're all good, dog.
And in episode 5, Jerry actively problem solves, even if it's in his own haphazard, Jerry-esque way, refusing Rick's help to show Beth that he can function on his own and not giving into Rick in situations where he would have previously run away to a Jerry.
I'm landing right there.
I'm gonna do you a favor. I won't let you die, and I won't tell Beth that
That's it. I'm actually gonna try spraying
Like
them.
a win-win to me. If I survive,
I don't care who
if I die, it'll be
who's playing. I don't care what they have. I don't care what.
Salty.
Family is
Okay, I go Salty with you.
Yeah, I'm not going salty. I'm
family
going
finally
February.
recognizes that Rick's type is
Okay, I go to Frenzy.
good. He isn't some benevolent genius force in the universe.
The thing is, I don't think anyone goes to Frenzy.
They're all done tolerating it. That's
Yeah, a
why
lot of
throughout these
people
5
do.
episodes, Rick is either
Like last time I landed here, not a lot of people landed here.
he's alone in episode 1, he's alone again searching for Tony's friendship.
And if I get a lightsaber,
There's people. who do.
if I get a lightsaber, I'm gonna throw in the water before I could fall, before I could swim away.
Disconnected from his family proper. As we head towards the back half of the season, my money is on the storyline of Rick becoming more and
I really want one of them to land with me.
his interest in his antics.
I have a pistol, and I swear I kill everyone that I see with this pistol.
He's a vortex of sadness that'll eventually get himself and anyone near him at the time killed. They don't need him.
Oh my
anymore.
God,
Rick
no
for his
way.
own has abandoned his family in the past, but this time it looks like the family will be the one abandoning
No,
him.
he's
Or
gonna.
more likely Rick will see this
What
happening
is
and just
Amos
leave
these
first
days?
so he
Like,
can get the
bro.
last laugh and say he was the one who chose to leave. If the theme
I got you.
of the season continues, it seems likely to end with Rick completely
Bro, he's
thrown
shutting me down, bro.
alone with
Like, I hit him for 80 to the
nowhere,
head with the
which
green
in turn
count.
sets up the next
Like,
season as his quest
Fortnite
for either
wants
character
everyone
growth
to
or
literally
hunt for a
quit.
replacement family. So say what you will about the comedy of the season or the
I'm not
overall
even joking.
episode
Fortnite
structure.
wants
They're
everyone
not
to
my
quit.
favorite, but they're also probably
They're adding the most
episode
retarded
worst
updates.
But anyway, the rest of them are pretty
They
good.
stopped
I love
putting
Fortnite.
updates in the
But one
game
thing that you can
for
assume
so
is that
long,
the season
and then when
isn't
they actually
forwarding these
start
characters,
putting
their
updates,
growth,
it's
their
literally
stories.
retarded.
They've changed dramatically.
Yeah, those are the
throughout
people that
season from where
told
they
me.
started in the first place. And Rick, as the one who is slowest and most resistant to change, is looking like he's
The
gonna
most
be left
retarded
behind. Rick and
updates.
Morty has never wanted to be the message
Well,
of
the
their
version that
which is one of the things
took
that was best about
things,
it. But
but
regardless
I had
of
him
what
for
comes
80.
next,
The
you
person
can
took
bet one
bandages
thing,
for,
I'll
I had
be
him for
there to
80.
break it down selfishly. Selfish.
Yeah, I'm going for him. Hell no.
Free reboot.
Content that at the end of the day is still just a theory. A film theory. And
I give you this SMG.
one favor I gotta ask of you.
Alright.
YouTube lately has been asking its users for satisfaction surveys. Basically, they'll see a video
Thank
that you
you.
watch, they'll throw it back into your feed and be like, hey, on a scale of 0 to 5 stars, what did you think of this video? If you could rate
Oh,
it,
guess what I see?
that would be
A lightsaber.
the single best thing that you can use
I'm
on this channel
lagging.
right now
Oh
because
my god.
sometimes
Oh my
fear
You know how people want to treat me bad with a lightsaber?
they might like give you a thumb.
Murdering them.
Well, your video is still there, right? So rating it
trust me,
high
I
quality
cannot
videos so that way
fight. I'm
YouTube's like,
lagging
wow, this is
too
the channel
bad.
that produces high quality videos.
What is
Let's
this
spread
lag?
it
What
out
is this?
onto
What
the
is this?
platform and not hide it away from the rest of the world. That would be great. If you see one of those surveys pop up, I've shown them on screen right now. They kind of look like this. They tend to have
Item 24, 24. Item 24 again.
5-star. That would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Oh my-
Hey, if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe because when Rick and Morty goes down, come back later here and I bet
No, no. What do you think you're gonna do?
Oh my god, I'm lagging.
make sure that you're
I
there.
want to know what he thought he was gonna do.
Thank you so much for watching. I've been Matt Pat. This has been real. I'll see you next week.
Oh,
I'm done. He has a lightsaber. He has a lightsaber.
oh my god, I hate lightsabers so bad. He was 24 HP. Like, lightsabers are the worst. Like, bro.
Oh.
Like, Fortnite stopped putting updates for so long, and then when they actually put updates, they're retarded.
And for me playing Fortnite, I swear, if season 3 is not as good as season 3 in chapter 1, I'm just gonna quit.
Yeah, I'm gonna quit too.
Like if I'm playing Fortnite for this long and playing the retarded updates, they better make season 3 chapter 2 good. Or I'm just done with Fortnite.
Gag and title story. We're back to continue talking about Rick and Morty. Because, you know what, I like it. You guys clearly like it. And we only get 5 of these this year, so might as well make them count. Season 4's second episode, No Command of the Sea, was everything we love about this show.
The only reason we die is because they have a lightsaber.
Lore drops.
Exactly. Like, we have not died to someone who doesn't have a lightsaber.
Sanchez, from sad Rick to angry Rick to bored Rick.
And the only reason I would die if someone has a lightsaber or someone has height on me.
Details from his past.
I don't even know how I didn't quit during chapter 1. I mean, during chapter 2, season 1.
Because the glimpses we get into Rick's psyche are likely to set the pace for what
I mean, I didn't even play chapter 2 season 1. I need a break from Fortnite.
I think people have about Rick as a character. So to recap,
Because when I played it, I saw the lightsabers and then I played with it. And everyone kept killing me with it, so I just needed a break with it.
some reveal that he's actually going home. That Rick is, believe it or not, a shy trooper who flies all the way to an idyllic, isolated planet to poop on the porcelain throne of his dreams. He finds though that someone else has been visiting his
I'm killing everyone in Saw 2.
to kill them. In case you missed this one, Rick trying to keep anyone else from pooping on his toilet is a metaphor for him trying to keep other people away from his personal life, keeping them at arm's distance from thing that feels intimate. Obvious metaphor was pretty obvious, but you know, wanted to make sure that we were all starting with the same baseline. After a bit of detective work, Rick discovers the identity of the trespassing pooper, an alien office worker named Tony. Rick's plan to kill Tony though changes once Rick finds out that Tony's wife.
No way that I'm lagging. I literally haven't even landed and I'm already lagging.
Change of heart and leaves a fart bomb instead of outright killing Tony. Why? Well, we're gonna come back to that. In the meantime, Tony can't seem to let the toilet go.
Bro, I'm on literally 500
Tony
ping.
shows that he's no dum-dum by explaining to Rick why he's a shy.
You know what shy moving is, Rick? It's a pointless bid for control. You want to take the one part of life that you truly think is yours. You want to protect it from a universe that takes whatever it wants into a life.
There's a lightsaber in my house.
He has a lightsaber!
Rick likes being the only person on the entire planet while he's pooping is because it's the only way to
I'm killing his teammate just because he had a lightsaber.
planets and universes and realities and that everything
Well, I have to use his med pack.
Rick can really control it.
That's it, I'm using a lightsaber.
Episode ABC's the best. The universe is basically the smart people get a chance to
There's a guy right there.
But it'll never stop trying to throw you. Eventually it will.
There's two. There's a soccer skin.
Episode escalates when Rick plays as Tony in a version of the Matrix designed to create a heaven-like experience.
The chemicals globe fan. It connects the whatever you want section of your brain to the whatever you have section.
In other words, Rick gives Tony everything that he could have ever wanted.
Bro,
And accept his
when I use a lightsaber, then it's so freaking dumb. Like, he was 10
Sounds
HP.
familiar? Should, because that
That's it. I'm playing with the lightsaber and I'm killing.
Can be a perfectly realized toilet-filled simulation of heaven.
But the one thing
When
you
I
can't
use
make,
a lightsaber,
one
they're so
problem
freaking
he
dumb.
can't figure out is how to be happy. It's ironic. He's the smartest man in the universe who can become a pickle or travel to infinite realities, but he's miserable. And there's no way
Oh,
that
I
he can
hate
science his way out of it. It's something that he actually addresses to Beth during season 3.
You're smart. When you know nothing matters, the universe is yours. And I've never met a universe that was into it.
And so finally, Rick has found Tony, someone who's as unable to accept happiness as Rick is. Unlike all the others in the simulation pods, Tony rejects.
And I'm lagging when I'm not even dropped yet. I haven't even landed yet and I'm already lagging.
So as a final bid to push Tony out of his life, Rick tries to pull off an epic prank by feeding Tony a laxative, only to discover that Tony's died while out living life to the fullest. Rick offers his condolences as a generous gift to his family, while also denying that the two were ever friends.
Hey, Tony's dad. This is $8 billion in your local currency, and this is a kid. He's not my friend.
As Rick mourns the loss of his not friend Tony, sits down in the toilet, triggering the trap that he had set. Another epic prank.
I'm actually trying to go agency.
Holograms of Rick pointing and laughing at it. Rick sits on his porcelain throne, the king of loneliness.
Enjoy using it all by yourself while you sit there and think about how nobody wants to be around you and how you ruined it for yourself because you're a new piece of shit.
Next round makes me party leader because I think my lobbies are gonna be trash.
But there's still a lot to tease out. Fundamentally, this episode is all about
Looking at your level, I don't think so.
the way Rick behaves
So,
now.
it doesn't matter about level, it just matters about, like,
Like Tony's
skills.
life is influenced by the loss of his wife.
And you're really good compared to me.
Change of heart.
I'm actually pretty trash.
Tony's story has struck a chord. Rick has also experienced the great
Actually, I'm trying to go risky.
shy bloopers.
I always just go to risky because the lightsabers issue. There's not a lot of people that land risky anymore. And when the lightsabers were put in, I got really mad most of the time.
At some point, right? Well, anyone who knows this show well,
So I land like right here
episodes, season 3, episode
because there's a chest there, and whatever I get, I use.
Tony is a memory hopping. In Rick Shank Redemption, Rick dives into memories to show us and to
Ooh,
No,
a
he got the
lightsaber.
partner Diane die.
No!
I kill him.
Rick later tells us that it was a real memory. Now, while the memory itself may definitely be fabricated, there is some real-world science that allows us to theorize about whether it's actually that far from the truth. It turns out that humans are really bad at coming up with original ideas. In fact, many neuroscientists believe that new ideas don't even exist. Instead, our brains are constantly remixing everything that we hear, feel, smell, or taste. Researchers at the University of Haifa found that when forming an original idea, the brain uses associative region, which is what we think of as our creative thinking. What's interesting, though, is that this associative
Knock one.
It's not just the ships.
He has attack. He has attack. He's low.
Determination to win. Down inside every marine. Battles won.
it is part of the brain still
I killed that guy's teammate.
Up with a new idea, and recalling an old memory actually shows similar activation patterns in the
Wait,
brain.
make this party
Not to
the
say that
next
we can't
round.
remix ideas.
Oh, I make you this run.
Because I've been on a really bad
Fabricated
blue
memories are
streak.
actually based on some very real-world experiences.
So
let's look at
I
this
think
fabricated
that
memory
my
again.
lobby
Diane
is
and
recharged.
Beth both died
Dude,
by
I only got
Rick's
2
own
wins
hand.
yesterday.
Another Rick
Yeah, next run. Just let me this run.
Franken the opportunity to be a god.
Pass. Excuse me? Who do you think you are? A different kind of Rick, I guess. Well, we'll see how long that lasts.
The offer of bomb drops. We can assume that this was sent by the other Ricks to set our Rick on the quote-unquote right path. Now, we know that this isn't what really happened to Diane. As Beth says in the episode Rick Potion number 9,
Do you think Grandpa Rick had something to do with this?
It's not fair to assume that, Summer.
Give me a break. He is a selfish, irresponsible butt, and he left my mother. A real man stands by his woman.
so while the
Really?
fake
Why are
memory
they
may
breaking
not be
my
what actually
ramp?
went
Like,
down,
there's
in
no
a
reason to
symbolic
break
sense,
my
It
ramp.
shows us that Rick blames himself and his work for pushing Diane and Beth out of his life. Well, it's exciting to imagine this being caused by
To be honest, I like
The
landing
reality
Mr.
here is
Meadows.
probably more mundane and thus all the more infuriating for Rick. Diane died in his life because of Rick's drive to be the best scientific mind pushed her away.
Wait, are you in this game?
He lost the relationship with the one and only thing that could
No, you're not in
grant
the
him
game.
true happiness.
I am.
He realized long
You
ago
were?
that the greatest thing he'd ever created
I think so.
come home to the
No,
impossible place
it didn't show me that you were in the game.
There are a lot of other analysis channels and articles that have tried to diagnose Rick with some sort of mental disorder, often settling on diagnoses like narcissistic personality disorder or antisocial personality disorder. But this episode shows that we can flush
Yeah, no.
diagnoses right out. Although Rick sees himself as the smartest person in the galaxy, he
Yeah, I made you party leader.
doesn't actually have narcissistic personality disorder. It's more that he's
I'm gonna change my
suppressing his
skin.
entity, probably because he himself views it as toxic.
Yeah, I'm gonna change mine.
Rest and relaxation. As much as Rick might hate it, he does care for his grandson. So much so that even the seemingly
I'm just gonna put my
toxic
sweaty
person Rick
outfit
is
on.
willing to abandon his destructive quest.
I am too.
Alright, knock it off. You're not impressing anyone. Morty, not that I give a movie, but are you okay?
Likewise, Rick doesn't suffer from antisocial
I'm ready
personality
to
disorder or psychopathy either, which is characterized by a complete lack of remorse for all your actions. Now, while it might not
I'm
seem
so
like
close
at
to
first
full
glance,
gold
Rick
Buddhist.
constantly experiences remorse throughout the series.
I'm not. I'm just half gold for this.
Self-medicating to cope with feelings of existential loss and unhappiness. In the Old Man of the Sea,
I just
he
need 4 more
attempts to
levels
make
and I have full gold Buddhist, and I'm so close to my next level.
this to his father. Rick is even willing to put Morty's
Me too.
above his own. We see in A Wrinkle in Time when Morty loses his time-stabilizing collar, and Rick takes off his own collar to give Morty a way out of a certain death situation.
I'm okay with this. Be good, Morty. Be better than me.
These are hardly the actions of a narcissist or psychopath. So then how do we explain Rick's clear and intentional acts of cruelty towards Tony if Rick is so desperate for a friend and isn't actually a psychopath? Well, it's actually really easy, much more mundane, and tremendously sad. Anger, hostility, lashing out at those who are closest to us, they're all common but under-talked about symptoms of depression, which comes from
Look
our
at my
feelings
sweaty
of being
outfit.
inadequate. Those of us who are depressed often hurt the people that are closest to them, because deep down they believe that they're undeserving of love or happiness. Their hostility
Look at my sweaty outfit.
thereby confirming their own feelings.
I'm behind you.
There have also been a number of reports on the fact that we're most aggressive towards people we love.
I'm doing this dance on anyone that kills me. Like whenever I kill someone, I do take the L. Like when we kill a duel, I do take the L on them.
Barely expressive more than minor annoyance.
Do you play arena?
Rick actually hates
No, I haven't played arena in a long time.
the last laugh.
Remember when me and you used to grind arena?
University of Haifa notes that
Who?
the 70th motion
Didn't we used to grind arena?
Who does?
a wish for more dependency and attention. Could Rick's cruelty actually be a bid for attention? Well, his catchphrase is,
Dub-a-lub-a-dub-dub!
which we're told he I am a great So, yeah, and say we're barking up the right tree. So when Rick arranges elaborately cruel pranks and plans,
Are you gonna make it?
what we're really saying is,
Yeah, I'm gonna make it to this back house.
that's what I really want. Cody understands that cry for help.
I'm gonna land with you.
His friend.
Actually, no, I'm gonna land over here.
Funnily enough, there's one final twist here. Because when you apply this same logic to the members of his family, we come up with Rick's favorite co-star being Summer. If you look at what actually happens in that episode,
Oh no, you think you're gonna run away, but that's not the issue at all.
who goes native in their
Summon to me, I have a lightsaber.
Rick Manson.
Me too.
We were Rick specifically
That's why the guy was trying to run away from me.
Summer, who recognizes Tiny Rick's downward spiral in Big Trouble in Little Sanchez.
Thanks, kids. We figured it out. Well, Summer did.
And it's the reason she's the fail-safe when it comes to Morty's mind blow. And yet, it's the more insults reserved for her.
Get out of here, Summer! You ruined the season 4 premiere!
Rick actively excludes her from missions despite the fact that she's undoubtedly smarter and more capable than Morty. She's even saved Rick's life on multiple occasions. And, like Cody, he can't kill her, he can't get rid of her in his life, so he actively undervalues and insults her. Tries to push her away and keep her at arm's distance. But Summer sticks around. She lets it roll on.
Alright, I'm healing.
Okay, I got you a I got you a some minis.
Oh, I just took a half pot.
Wow. Just carry the minis then, cause I can't.
I'm gonna try to get an AR. Alright, I got an AR.
Really? Hey, stop! He doesn't have a gun. He doesn't have a gun. He doesn't have a gun.
Did he pickaxe you?
Yeah, he doesn't have a gun. I was just really low. Kill him before he heals his teammate. Good job.
He has a lightsaber now, bro.
He took mine.
Oh, no, I hate these lightsabers, bro.
I hate them too.
How did that grenade hit him? Like, it was right there next to him. Like, grenades are so far away from me, hit me, but when they're so close to other people, they don't even hit them. Like, I hate this so bad. Like, I should have just spammed nades with it.
Yeah, you should have.
Bro, I hit him so freaking much, and all he does is freaking just use his lightsaber. Bro, they're actually retarded. Like, if I die to one more, if I die to one more, I'm not gonna play. I'm just really about to quit Fortnite. If I die to one more lightsaber.
I want to land at Grotto. I'm gonna get the machine gun. I'm gonna spam everyone.
Honestly, bro, Fortnite just wants everyone to quit. I'm not even joking. Like, these retarded updates, bro.
The season 3 update has to be the best update ever for me to stay on Fortnite.
Exactly. Like, Ali is guessing that there's gonna be a shark, like an actual shark.
And the event, like the video for it, has to be amazing too.
Yeah, there's people coming. I only see one person though.
I'm not gonna make it, so I'm gonna land here.
I'm here.
But you land at Grotto.
Yeah. Someone's already inside Grotto though.
Rick's philosophy here boils down to one key phrase.
I got attacked.
Okay.
Morty, however, seems to disagree. Ignoring Rick's advice, he decides to keep a death crystal in his pocket. And by touching it, he sees the various futures laid out before him, including one that involves him dying of old age in the loving arms of Jeff.
I'm picking up big shield.
Episode 1. Morty decides that this is the death that he wants, and he decides to relentlessly
We have
pursue
circle, we
that
have circle.
death by taking whatever steps necessary that will cause him to have that fate. Using the crystal in his pocket as compass, every move he makes and every word
Yeah, I found out where
says
he
from
is.
that point forward
Where the person
is
is.
directed towards that end goal, which, as it turns out, leads him to crashing the space cruiser, killing Rick in the process, and then not taking the steps necessary.
Alright, I'm a huntsman now.
Luckily for Rick, Operation Phoenix is still online in other parts of the multiverse.
I axed this protocol.
Oh, and for those of you who don't,
I just killed 2 people that tried to kill me. I mean, they didn't even try. I just killed them. A burst. I got 2 minis for you. I got 2 minis for you and a half pot.
I'm ready.
I don't see your
I have
half
a
shield.
half flat too.
Okay. I got 2 of them.
And I already have a mini. But there is someone here. There is someone here.
I want at least 1 minigun since I know there's 2 miniguns here.
I see Brutus. I see Brutus.
Maybe get together in our 40s?
Eventually it all ends with him turning himself into a giant
I killed Brutus.
goo monster in the desert as he waits for further instructions from the Death Crystal. Shout out to all the fans of classic 80s anime out there. Morty seems to be pretty soulless and not to be fully enjoying the present moment, but hey,
I got his
you gotta
minigun.
secure
I have
that
his
future
minigun.
with Jessica, right? Rick, meanwhile, is off living.
Alright, I'm just gonna come turn into a henchman. Come turn into a henchman. Come over here. Come over here. Turn into a henchman. Come over
Okay.
here. Alive. Over here.
But I'm gonna kill someone right now.
I killed Bright. I'm gonna kill Brutus.
We eat our prey alive, and when we don't, we lay our eggs in their eyeballs so that our young can feast on their brains when they hatch. When you're born that big into your head, the least you can do is have a little empathy.
Wasp Rick helps our Rick get back home, and together they take down Morty in the desert, freeing him from the self-imposed bondage of the Death Crystal.
Come into the vault.
Here, I'm not the one that's gonna figure it out.
Okay, maybe they talk about it.
I gotta learn how to live in the moment.
Actually, I'm gonna take this.
When you actually learn something today, I was living in the moment all
Oh, there's another one right here. Big shield. That's scary.
and live in the moment.
Seems like a pretty straightforward moral, right? The constant dichotomy of live in the moment versus plan for the future. As long as they come to shock of all shocks.
There's 2 big pots here.
Here's 3 of them. And I already drank one.
Got him.
I'm gonna drink one. I'm gonna drink a big pot. I wanna be full health by the time I leave.
His friend's not even in the grotto.
Well, kill him.
Alright, let's get you. Do you have a minigun?
Yeah.
In which we compulsively take over the past in order to learn lessons from it and then project into a hypothetical future in which those lessons can be applied. The present moment has been compressed into a
There's a sniper up here for you.
There's another big pot here.
There's sniper ammo in the sniper. I already got one.
It's a henchman, though.
He's a teenage boy who wants to wind up with Jessica, yet he turns down an opportunity to spend more quality time with her and her friends, where he'll get to know her
Alright, let's just loot
a
up.
little bit better.
A bunch of us girls were having a skinny dipping later if you wanted to join.
Yeah, he would get
Why
to know
are you going in the
I'm
chopper?
sure the conversations that they
Whoa.
would have have been very meaningful. Anyway, he pursues some vague idea of this future happiness, but in doing so, he ignores the happiness that's sitting right in front of him, undressing himself
Another big
and
pot.
jumping into the
There's
nearest
another
lake.
thing.
In this way, he is the
I have a burst and I like these, so I'm not gonna drink.
I'm just grinding up all my ammo for my minigun and everything.
I really need shotgun ammo.
I have a bit,
You're not being sent at all.
but
In fact,
not too
Morty's
much.
philosophy
I
is
don't have
probably
too
closest to
much.
what's known as objectivism.
Don't give me
The
any.
idea that there are certain
No, I actually I have a whole
objective
bunch now.
truths, and that those truths supersede all of our subjective experiences.
All right,
like
come over here. I'm gonna
perceptions,
give you some.
emotions, or imagination.
Okay.
For Morty, his objective truth in this episode is that dying with Jessica at an old age is the best possible way to end his life. And rather than trust his own feelings,
How much minigun ammo do you have?
Morty follows the death.
Now since you gave me some, I have 46. I used to have 16.
No, I'm saying minigun.
Oh, 162.
People fighting outside.
Yeah, I know, I'm going up. I'm going to fly in the helicopter, come.
I'm coming.
Come.
Which only cares about one thing, whether or not the benefit him as needed to die with Jessica. It is the thing that ends justifies
No, they're freaking that thing.
think ahead and live in the moment. It makes it sound like Rick and Morty philosophy only have problems that run in opposite directions. But in truth, Rick and Morty are both wrong for the exact same reason.
I'm gonna go up here for the big pot.
Morty fall victim to the same direction.
Okay, you have it. I get the other one.
Actually, no, I don't need that. I'm gonna take a mini. And there's big pots in the thing. There's big pots in the vault.
No, I already drank one. That's all I needed.
No, I'm going to the vault to get 3 big pots.
And I have 6 minis, so we should be good.
It is when it's phrased that way, but it's really not that hard to understand. So let me simplify it. In short,
Oh, never mind. I got my third one already.
actions that benefit you, even if they might be hurtful to others. So, Rick taking Morty on deadly adventures. Morty vaporizing bullies because he must
Wait, we need to turn into a...
that sounds like an inherently selfish and dangerous.
Oh, someone.
I got him.
Oh, I see a teammate. Let me get him. Let's go, guys.
On a reasonable core principle, right? The fact that each
I have 2 kills.
I got 3.
by allowing everyone to be free for
Wait, watch how fast I can hit it.
happy in life, well, everyone will just take
Alright,
care
I'm
of
so
their own
bad.
happiness and society will be all the better for it. That's the idea, but I think it's
Get on here. Get up here.
with it, right? If you're only looking out for your
And
own
this is a check
self-interest,
of you.
those
Wait,
interests
alright.
like wind up being
We don't need anything from the vault. Yeah, we chillin', we
just
chillin'.
look at what makes
We go stay in the bot. We go stay here for much longer.
love chill. He's set free on society.
I turned into a henchman.
I am too.
I'm
we
gonna cut
go.
the supply. I'm gonna cut the power supply.
We could stay here like much longer because this until there's a new circle.
Yeah.
It's not about either of those things. It's not about planning for the future or living in the moment. It's about not
Alright, I'm cutting
being
this
a
power
selfish
supply.
jerk in
Let's
the
go, I leveled up.
immediate. Not being a pure egomaniac. Morty, throughout the episode, is willing
Where's
to do
that
whatever it
room?
takes
It's
to
right
achieve
here.
his goal in the long term, but the same is true for Rick in the short term. Rick, throughout the episode, is willing to do whatever it takes to get himself home, even if it means piling Wasp Hitler.
Hell, Wasp Hitler? Look, I'm
Alright, all the
afraid
power's gone.
I'm having a hard time. I'll think or say whatever.
Wait, what's in here?
Hitler.
That's the power room. I already destroyed all the power. Alright, you good on Mac?
No, I need a lot of wood and metal.
I don't have a whole bunch of wood because we can't really get any wood in here.
Yeah, I know.
Could we go walking around now? To get our wood up? Alright, I'm just gonna break this wall and then we can leave. Alright, let's go.
Wait, I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna stay up here for now.
When he learns that the future he foresaw
Wait.
the entire time was actually just a vision of him
Actually,
dying
never
without any
mind.
friends or family.
Actually,
With
do you want to stay up here?
hot listeners who stayed with him, speculating that he had no other loved ones there to comfort him. Ray doesn't abandon his philosophy of living alone. And Morty doesn't have to
Nah, it's a
abandon his
risky
philosophy
move.
of planning for the future. Instead, both of them learn to see outside
Alright,
their own
I'm gonna take the
self-interest.
skydiving thing and then let's go.
Whether you prioritize the present or plan for the future doesn't matter. If you're only focused on selfishly serving yourself, it'll lead you
Tell
down
me if
the
you
path
see
of
anyone.
destruction. Sure, all that talk about living in the moment versus plan for the future may have been a point. A point.
Remember, you have a minigun.
Yeah, I know.
Of the episode. In the end, what
Oh, who's watching me?
is about balancing your own interests.
Someone's watching you? Oh,
Yeah.
people are getting knocked by storm.
Which feels
At least
like
that's
an
good.
especially pointed message, considering some members of the Rick and Morty fandom have sometimes gotten a bit of a toxic label in their behavior, bullying others, trashing McDonald's for Szechuan sauce. I mean, it is a message that's buried under a lot of layers in this episode, but you know, the Rick and Morty fandom has super high IQ, so go get it. But hey, what you think of this new, more laid-back style? You like it? If not, I'd love your thoughts, so let me know down in the comment section below.
This is a good round.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna like. Right now, I want to like stay and like camp somewhere.
In a very literal way, Audible, which, as I'm sure you know by now, is the best option.
Alright, we
for
should get the
audiobook
circle then.
games, helps me do research for these episodes much faster because I'm able to listen to audiobooks everywhere while I'm at work, while I'm playing with Oliver, while I'm driving through.
Look, here, there's one. There's like a bush there that we could go.
No, there isn't.
And for this episode in particular, I specifically
What? Oh, that's probably a tree that I was looking at.
history of Buddhism because I, a fan of Rick and Morty, am an intellectual who listens to that sort of stuff.
Wait, what about the porta
regularly
potty?
in their spare time. But seriously, we are all busy people. We don't have time to sit down and read books, but at the same time, we want
Hide in
to
the porta potty.
stop learning, right? Well, Audible is the solution for us. It's the optimized way for us busy people to keep up with the latest releases from our favorite authors.
Alright, just look around and see if you see anyone.
Well,
I'm
I'm.
looking in like the frenzy. I'm looking in like the frenzy direction.
Yeah, there's probably like a bunch of people coming from over there.
Nah, I don't see anyone.
There's people over there too. Imagine someone else just comes and joins the party.
Imagine the entire lobby goes there.
I mean, there's not a lot of people left. There's like 14.
There's 12 other people. No, why'd you leave?
I want to get this ammo. I'm really low on ammo. Stand by.
How much minigun ammo do you have?
216 now.
I have 491. Since I have the Buddhist minigun, that's good.
Okay, where is he?
A team just got wiped. 10 other people left. There's sweat in this lobby. I'm not even joking. There's actually sweat. The numbers are going down way too fast for them to not be sweat.
I need to get some
Why are you going
mats.
out? How much mats do you have? I have 1,000 in total. 1,000 in total.
I have 500, then plus 53. I have 322 wood, 253 brick, and 161 metal.
I have much more mats than you. I have 481 wood, 469 brick, and 288 metal. Oh, 8 people left. I mean,
there's sweats. There's definitely sweats here. Why did I come out? I don't know. I came out on accident.
We just sit on top of the mountain and it's night.
Yeah, because the next circle is probably gonna be over there. Yeah, I do.
Alright, we should go on top of the mountain tonight.
And if there's sweats on us and we have to go, I have a launch pad.
Yeah, I see the fight. Don't. Knocked one, headshot. I got one. I knocked one. Don't let him get the red.
There's people over here.
No! No, come back.
Donkey? Where is he from? That, my loyal viewers, is the question that we explore today. What is the origin of Shrek's donkey?
Alright, let's try to head back.
One that is provable beyond a reason.
Here's a big pot.
Let's just say that the conclusion to this one is not giving us a happy ever after. If you search the fairy tale lore, there's really only one famous talking donkey. No, the titular character in the Brothers Grimm fairy tale, the donkey.
Oh, that was a perfect shot too.
A rich king and queen are upset that they can't have a son.
Oh, they see us.
Yeah, I know. One of them sniped me.
She wants to kill it because he's been up with his donkey baby, but king refuses, so the couple raise it as their son. So we have ourselves a donkey who learns to speak and have manners. He even teaches himself how to play music, and this critically sound a lot like our donkey from Shrek, right? He's English, he sings all the time, he can have decent enough table manners when he needs to, and is one of the few fairy tale characters who knows the way to Lord Farquaad's castle, suggesting a possible royal backstory.
Who knows where this Farquaad guy is? Well, I do. I know where he is. Does anyone else?
That's not all. There's one really suspicious.
Just stay back and don't snipe. Stay back and don't snipe before they snipe you because they have a sniper too.
The young lordling
Yeah, no, one
I
of them almost sniped me.
I heard the drum gun.
he looked into it, and in the mirror clear water saw his
Yeah, that's the drum gun that's down.
so distressed about it that he went out into the wide world and only took with him one faithful companion.
Alright, come back.
Faithful traveling companion. It's especially weird details of this fairy tale
Oops.
that is all we ever hear about this other mysterious character. But using context, we can clearly identify this as a loner was also comfortable traveling with a donkey. So that's
Okay, come over here.
to someone like Shrek, right?
We're gonna jump.
Absolutely the origin story for our talking donkey, isn't it?
Oh, you placed the launch?
Yeah.
The donkey and his companion go to another kingdom and make friends with the king, who marries his daughter off to the donkey.
You wanna camp on this tree?
No, don't go on top of trees.
The donkey and his bride are about to,
I'm gonna camp below this bridge.
the donkey takes his
No, not below. We can camp on top.
King doesn't believe it, so the next night he sneaks into his daughter's room and watches the proceedings. There's
Come in.
a lot of reasons you weren't told this one at story time at night, or reasons why people don't choose to adapt Grimm fairy tales after. Anyway, suffice it to say, the king is depressed and lazy, all the old people in the story die, and the donkey gets himself a wife and two kingdoms. But the conjunction is a problem as far as the theory is concerned, right? The donkey in the fairy tale isn't a real donkey. It's just a human disguised inside of a donkey's skin. But one glance at Donkey and Dragon's
Did you hit him?
No. But that was a perfect shot, too. I feel like there's one flaking the back.
Donkey out of the picture, we're back at square one, which honestly kind of sucks because that would have been the best title and thumbnail ever. Which means
Alright,
we
come up.
return to the drawing board. So we know
Come
Donkey
on,
is a fairy tale character, otherwise he wouldn't be getting rounded up with all the others or worth any sort of reward. So
I'm gonna go down.
another explanation for what's really going on here. Well, 2 years ago, in a now deleted
No, don't go out.
Okay. Have your shotgun out because they're probably flicking over here. I'm gonna be ready to go out.
Oh, we have circle gun.
Okay, I'm gonna be ready to go out if one of them flaking us.
Someone just got sniped. Last team. No, don't peek.
Up there?
Alright, we can go up now. Never mind. Someone!
Kill him off.
He's on top of me. I'm taking big shots.
So let's start peeling it back.
Get in there.
Let's look at what few details we can actually learn about Donkey's backstory based on some of the things he says.
Oh, wrong thing.
This is Shrek the Third, Renaissance, the memories of when he was growing. And later,
Let's go!
Take the L, Moose.
child. Now, music, give it a wedgie. Donkeys don't wear
Okay.
Donkey and Puss swap bodies, and we get ourselves this short conversation.
What they were baby, my lead by the finest.
Keep voting for your mods right
Oh,
now.
you learn to control that.
This seems to suggest that Donkey learned to talk as a donkey later in life. I mean, after all, who can remember what it's like learning to talk as a baby? If Donkey was a school-aged boy who got himself turned into a donkey on Pleasure Island, however, he would remember how hard it was to talk normally following his transformation, and how when it first happened, his normal patterns of speech started to get interrupted by uncontrollable donkey brains. And wouldn't you know it, that's
I'm
not
on my
just
medal.
speculating here.
I'm on my brick.
When we watch Lamboy transform on Pleasure Island, we see two key things. One, that he is indeed able to continue speaking like
I'm not sure about it right now.
despite being fully transformed into a donkey. And two, his normal speech starts to get interrupted.
I'm on my medal now.
In fact, based on these things, we know one additional detail here. Boys who are transformed into donkeys but still able to talk fluently are
I'm going to do my edits.
I'm on my, actually, I'm on my, I was on my bricks normally, but now I'm on my wood.
Yes, sir. I want to go home to my mama.
I'm not even close to done with my math yet.
Scene also demonstrates another key feature of how the donkeys get treated on Pleasure Island.
Okay, I finished my math.
Keep their clothes until
I'm on.
Never mind.
I finished.
I'm on my wood.
child who's gone full donkey gets stripped of his clothes by the coachman and sent to the crate, whereas
Ooh, I fell
Alexander,
down.
the boy from earlier, is allowed to stay dressed. Now, this is important because
Oh,
Donkey
they kicked
and
me out.
Shrek clearly has memories
Yeah.
of being both
Let's
a
go
donkey
though.
and
Easy
wearing
wins, bro.
I finished all
That
my
was my
math.
36. That was my 36 squad win.
This donkey is still allowed to wear clothes detailed
Hey, that was a squad?
possibility of him getting called
What?
donkey.
I mean
Donkey
duel.
Tours.
I mean that was my
Pleasure
22nd duel win.
I was about to say, we're playing squad.
If it was squads and we won, we would have got a lot of kills.
Scared and soiling his donkey.
Yeah.
Totally within the realm of
Wait, I'm gonna check how many wins I have.
It probably goes without saying, but it's
4
definitely
plus
worth pointing
22
out.
is 26
It's
plus
I got-
35.
Pinocchio and Shrek.
I got one.
Heck, the first time we
I got 5
standing behind
wins.
Pinocchio in line.
I got 60. I have 61 wins now.
Maybe not.
I got 882 in elimination.
So it would make perfect sense for
Oh,
a
go,
donkey to be
go,
walking
go.
around somewhere in this world.
Bro, I'm 6th place out of all my friends.
Where clothes used to be
But I haven't
human
seen how
and have
much,
learned to talk as donkeys. All of which
I-
line up with the
I
musical
am
details
20th.
that donkeys let slip
Because
out
my
his own
twins are
path
all
throughout these
sweat.
movies. But I just wish that there was something more.
Where are
Hey, what
you?
place am I on yours?
Lynching piece of evidence. Something that's a little
I'm
less
Radar.
war-based and a little bit more
Yeah, I'm looking for you. Oh, you're a little bit higher than me. You're on 5. I'm on 6.
exact same breed of donkey
How
as
much
the
points
boys
do you have?
turned donkey in Pinocchio.
I got 838, 83,263.
No color in the tips of the ears, a lighter color along their stomach, and a little tuft divided
Oh, I'm
black
16
brown
on my
hair their
place
head
top
down into
split.
their neck. And now look at Donkey and Shrek. Same design. Gray, tall ears with no color in the tips, a lighter color of gray along his stomach, and a little tuft of black hair on his head. This seems really important.
Okay, let's play another duel.
40 different donkey
Alright.
breeds. These
I'm going to change back to my fully skin.
So the fact that Donkey is matching up to
Actually, I'm gonna change to
I'm not
Brutus.
doing my
out
sweaty.
of Pleasure Island feels like the smoking gun that we
No, actually, I'm gonna stay with this one.
little choice but to
Look
stamp
at
this
look
theory
how
as
gold my
map
boots
have
are.
certified
This is my second favorite skin. My favorite skin is the Cabby skin, the one that's my shorty.
My favorite skin is the Aura, the one I just had on. Not
Pretty much
this one.
everything we know about the character. We've established one, that it make him one of the very few famous fairy
There's
tale
2
donkeys.
styles
Two,
for it.
he
Look, let
was
me show you
once
the
human.
styles.
3, wore clothes as a
This
donkey.
one
4, learned to control
and
his brain but can still talk in English. 5, was
this one.
fully a donkey.
But I went with the
6,
one I have on
comes
right
from a
now.
lore that also exists
I'm
in
keeping it
Shrek.
on.
And 7 just so happens to
We-
be
we
the
out for
exact
Grotto
species of
again?
donkey coming out
Yeah.
of Pleasure Island. There is simply no other fairy tale or nursery rhyme out there that covers the spread the way the Pleasure Island theory does. Not even close. But if this is true, which it certainly seems to be, it opens up one very dark reality about Donkey, his personality, and what he wants to keep hidden about his past. Shortly after that Shrek the Third clip I played earlier, we get ourselves these lines where it seems like Donkey admits to his tragic origin story.
When you are clearly not aware of the underpants. Let's just say some things are better left unsaid and leave it at that.
What first appears to be a joke about
I think my
Donkey
friend
wearing
quit
underwear,
Fortnite.
according to this theory, actually becomes Donkey now wanting
ready
to
up.
address the horrific way he became a donkey
I
in
am.
the first place.
You're not.
Some things are better left
No, I
unsaid.
am, and you're
I
not.
want to talk about his trauma, which is totally
Because I am,
fine.
but you're not.
How much Reeboks do you have?
Pinocchio's story begins with him as a
150.
lifeless toy. Let's call this stage
I have
1.
200
He becomes a living
and
toy,
200.
which we'll call stage 2. Stage 3 is when he becomes a
Nice.
partial donkey living toy for a while, before finally entering stage 4 at the end of the movie when he's turned into a fully grown human boy. Now, throughout the Shrek movies, Pinocchio appears exclusively in his stage 2 living toy form, meaning the events depicted in Shrek occur after
Alright, I'm
Pinocchio comes
unready
to life,
and ready
but
up.
before he's sent
You
off to
unready and
Pleasure
ready
Island
up
and
too.
becomes a weird partial donkey creature. So in the Shrek films, Pinocchio has
Hurry
no
up.
idea that Pleasure Island
You
even
unready
exists,
and ready
but
up.
Donkey does. He's already been there.
You haven't been
we
ready
know that he
for a
managed to
while.
escape, like we see
I
in
have,
that
but-
Alexander clip.
And off my door.
Right
How
now
about
it's on
change
checking
it?
for updates.
Change it to what's it called? Change it to creative. Because I need a little bit more build practice. Cause my 90, I kept failing my 90s.
I'm up. Alright, ready up.
Into the salt mines is in full swing, even as the events of Shrek are taking place. The criminals running the Pleasure Island scheme are
you
very
ready?
careful not to ship off any boys turned donkeys off the island until they can no longer talk, because donkeys
I'm ready.
could feasibly tell people on the
It's
mainland
showing
about
that
the
you're
criminal.
not for me. Wait, does it say checking for updates?
But here,
No, it says dual.
It says creative.
Oh, now it says creative. Now it says loading, connecting. Please wait.
Now.
I'm gonna get some strawberries. I'm kind of hungry.
I'm gonna go get something to drink. Be right back.
I'm bring some bring this berries and some Oreo.
There is an actual scientific explanation for why his farts are so dangerous. We go into that on the video to the left. Or you know what? Do me a favor and check out that channel I mentioned earlier. Shrek, I suggest you watch our other video on Shrek's deadly farts. There is an actual scientific explanation for why his farts are so dangerous. We got donkey's hands. Or I suggest
Is not the best, but it's my favorite. Which is a pretty impressive feat, considering how generic the story is.
I first discovered him through his videos on Shrek, and I've been watching him ever since.
But I don't think anyone ever takes a look at it and says, oh yeah, now that's one of the greatest sequels in cinematic history. Why am I Luigi?
He's doing great work out there. He's only got 500,000 subscribers. Go out, show him some love, give him some of that valuable watch time that YouTube cherishes so much, and tell him Matt Pat sent you. And Jay Frillis, if at some point you want to do something together, let me know. I would love to talk to you about that. You're doing great work out there, man. Hopefully this gets you a...
I got all ready, and my boyfriend forgot about our plans. Ugh. Let me text him and see what he has to say.
Well,
Run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. You're a monster. I'm not the monster here. You are. Now tell me, why are Shrek's farts so deadly? Okay. I'll tell you. Do you know the Theorist Man? The Theorist Man? The Theorist Man? Yes, I know the Theorist Man. The one who's been making videos that answer weird questions about Shrek, even though it was released almost 20 years ago. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory, the show that'll stay up all night thinking about unanswered mysteries from our favorite nostalgic movies, and in the morning, we're making waffles. You know, I'm not exactly sure why Shrek became the anointed meme lord of the internet, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't appreciate all the good work that he's doing out here. From the riffs on All-Stars, to the memes, both dancing and dank, to the postmodern masterpiece of animated horror that is Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life. And then late last year, there was this incredible mega collaboration of Shrek Retold, which, if you haven't seen it, is a video here on YouTube where they take the entirety of the first Shrek movie and get about 200 creators to remake it. It is absolutely worth the watch, if for nothing else to see great animated sequences like this.
Ogres are not like cakes.
Immediately followed up with scenes like this.
Don't say that to my donkey. Keep that lip shut.
Oh, you a big stinky pig, are you? It is like a fever dream wrapped in a nightmare. If Shrek were an adjective that you could use to describe content, then this is the most Shrek thing that I have ever seen. I'm linking it right here so you can watch and enjoy, or at the very least, just let the Shrekness wash over you. Anyway, looking back at these movies for today's theory, I gotta say that I can relate to Shrek much more now than I did as a kid. His favorite activity is quiet time at home. He finds parenting to be rewarding yet exhausting, and he's gassy. Seriously, these movies make a huge deal about ogre farts. I mean, from the opening seconds, we see him fart in a pond and kill a bunch of fish. When Shrek and Donkey are approaching the dragon's den, Donkey notes a foul stench.
Man, you gotta warn somebody before you just crack one off. My mouth was open and everything.
And assumes that it was a Shrek cheek sneak, but Shrek corrects him.
Believe me, Donkey, if it was me, you'd be dead.
And it's not just limited to Shrek either. Fairies start suffocating when Shrek and Fiona power their own personal hot tub in Shrek 2. And when Shrek is telling Donkey about ogres in the constellations, his example is Bloodnut the Flatulence, made farmers run away from his stench.
There's Bloodnut the Flatulence.
I know you go ketchup pretty
You can guess what he's famous for. Alright, now I know you're making this up.
All this seems to point to the idea that ogre farts aren't just unpleasant, they're downright deadly. And if you're me and you run an online show dedicated to taking the stupid questions that pop into your head when you consume media way too seriously, you immediately think, I'm gonna dedicate an episode to the deadliness of ogre gas. So today I'm asking the questions that really matter. When we say silent but deadly, how literal are we being? Can farts kill? And if so, what would account for Shrek's particularly potent poots? Some people out there in the world find their calling by trying to cure diseases or fighting injustices to protect the weak. Mine is examining the science of fictional ogre farts. Doesn't mean I've squandered my life, guys. It just means that I have many diverse interests. Theorists, like ogres and onions, have many layers. To start off, let's just ask the basic question, can farts kill? Well, yes and no. It just depends on what exactly you're asking. I would assume most people asking this sort of question would be thinking along the lines of smells being so bad that they kill you. And to that, the answer is no. Remember, the sensation of a smell is just the olfactory glands in our noses sending signals up to our brain to process what we're sniffing. And while I've been in some rank-smelling public restrooms before, at no point will the interaction of the scent molecules that I'm smelling, the smell receptors, and the signals to my brain cause me death. But that's not to say that bad smells can't kill. You see, all smells need a source, and bad smells are usually a warning sign that you're in the presence of some sort of dangerous gas. The poison gas hydrogen sulfide, for instance, smells like rotten eggs. The body has evolved to acknowledge these smells as bad because they're dangerous. That said, even good smells can kill. Cyanide famously smells like bitter almonds. Mustard gas, a blister agent used on the battlefields during World War I, reportedly had a nice, sweet, spicy aroma of garlic, onions, and horseradish. Basically, mustard gas smelled like mustard. Go figure. Another blister agent developed around the same time, lewisite, smells like geraniums, the flowers. So the phrase your nose knows, your nose don't know nothing. Take the time to stop and smell the roses, sure, but be warned, the scent of those roses might actually be a deadly World War I era gas attack. So what about the gases in Shrek's farts? Well, we're gonna need some more information about Shrek's butt trumpet. I mean, sure, he stinks, but in what way? In order to confirm whether the gases leaving his little hiney hole might actually be deadly, we need some indicator as to how his digestive system is working. I mean, if we could smell what was going on, that would give us some solid clues, but unfortunately, or fortunately in this case, smell-o-vision just doesn't exist. No one wants to be that immersed. So we've hit ourselves a roadblock. How do you measure something that's invisible and only happens in a fictional cartoon on screen? Well, quite frankly, we don't. At least, we don't measure his farts. Instead, we have the next best thing, his burps. Early on in the first Shrek movie, we see Shrek light a match and then burp on it to create a little flamethrower that he uses to light his fireplace. Now, for most humans, igniting a fart is a thing that you can, but probably shouldn't do. That's because many of the gases in a fart, such as hydrogen, sulfide, and methane, are flammable byproducts of the stomach digesting food. But burps don't work like that. Burps and farts are not the same thing. Burps are caused by excess pressure in the stomach when we swallow a lot of air, mostly by eating or drinking too quickly. So to alleviate that pressure, some of the gas comes right back up. The chemical composition of that gas, though, isn't going to contain any of the compounds from the digestive process. It's basically just going to be a lot of air, nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide. A gas cocktail that isn't normally flammable, which is good because if it was, then blowing out your birthday candles would be a much more scarring process. And all of this just goes to prove the age-old saying, why burp and fight it when you can fart and ignite it. That said, for Shrek, based on this flammable burp, these normal rules don't seem to apply. There's a little clue in the shot of him burping on the match, though. The flame that's produced by his burp burns a bright yellowish orange, which means that the burp is likely high in hydrogen gas. If the burning gas were methane, for instance, then the flame would have come out as blue. So it seems like we're onto something here. Shrek's...
I'm gonna let you in on a secret. The secret to creating a viral YouTube channel is to steal. How do I know this? Because I have created numerous viral channels on YouTube that have over 1 billion total views. None of these ideas were original. They were all stolen. For example, my channel, The Human Experiment, has over 52 million views. That concept was stolen from BuzzFeed. My other channel, Simple Pickup,
gas, even before it reaches the end of its digestive journey, is highly flammable, and that has ramifications at his other end. A typical human fart is mostly made up of nitrogen, which makes sense given that the air we breathe is almost 80% nitrogen. So if Shrek's burps are toxic, then by proxy, his butt burps would be too. So then that begs the question of what could be causing Shrek's corrosive belches to begin with. Well, it can only be one of a few things. The air he's breathing, the food he's consuming, or he's just got a different body chemistry. So let's start putting these things to the test. We get hints as to what Shrek eats, from eyeballs to slugs to spiderwebs, swag-toad soup, fish-eye tata, you name it. But it's far from a comprehensive list. Instead, after watching through these movies again, I think the answer to this whole dilemma has been staring at us in the face from the very beginning. It's not necessarily what Shrek is eating and drinking and breathing, but where it's coming from.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Shrek very famously lives isolated in his swamp, and we get a pretty good look at the way he lives in that opening montage from the beginning of the first movie. He swims in murky ponds, he tidies up slugs with his bare hands, he even bathes in and gargles with swamp mud. At no point do we see him or the swamp have any kind of fresh running water. And yeah, sticklers, I know we hear the sound of the outhouse flushing. Oh, look at But where do you think that's going? Do you expect the swamp to have full indoor plumbing? Spoiler alert, it's probably just going back into the same old swamp, which only strengthens my point here. The TLDR here is that marsh and swamp ecosystems contain tons and tons of anaerobic bacteria, all working to break down dead or decayed organic matter. Like fish that have been farted to death, or sludge that contains dead bugs and ogre turds. All of that produces inorganic compounds, most notably methane and hydrogen sulfide, both of which are pretty darn stinky, and more importantly, deadly. Marsh gases like hydrogen sulfide can spontaneously ignite if subjected to sunbursts of heat. If Shrek is breathing these gases all the time, which presumably he is since he lives there, and if his diet consists of food and water that's abnormally rich in hydrogen sulfide, which again makes a lot of sense because he lives there and never leaves, then it is reasonable to conclude that his burps and farts are going to contain a much higher concentration of these gases, and that would explain everything. For one, if Shrek is burping up hydrogen, it would explain the orangish yellow color of the fire that he creates with his belch. And if hydrogen sulfide is a major component of his farts, we get ourselves the good old 2-for-1. Hydrogen sulfide reeks of rotten eggs. It's the part of our own farts that smell so bad. But in human farts, it's only about 1% or less of the volume of our own thunder from down under. But with Shrek, it makes perfect sense to assume that the concentration of the stink is gonna be higher. And is elevated levels of hydrogen sulfide dangerous?
You bet. The rotten egg smell in a fart generally indicates a concentration of about 30 parts per million. But if Shrek can somehow manage to hit 1,000 parts per million, something that seems doable given his diet and strange body chemistry, then he could send Donkey into a coma with a single breath of the stuff. Shrek's crack symphonies in the open air would definitely be unpleasant, but when he emits them in a confined space, like he does with the fish at the beginning of the movie, and as he would have with Donkey right behind him as they approach Dragon's Keep, taking a big ol' whiff would mean an immediate, not so happily ever after. Still not convinced? Well, there's one other major clue that's been hiding in plain sight. Shrek tells Donkey at the outset of their journey that ogres are like onions, presumably because they have layers. But you know what food causes significant production of hydrogen sulfide? That's right, onions. When Shrek explains that ogres are like onions, he is eating an onion. And Donkey's first guess about how they're similar is actually more right than any of them would have expected.
You hit me way
Ogres
too hard
are
to
like
hear that
onions.
clue.
They stink? Yes. No. Donkey knew the truth the whole time. But hey, that's just a theory. A film theory. And somebody once told me that you should follow me over on TikTok, our sponsor for today's episode. And yeah, you heard that right. Us theorists have invaded TikTok. And I gotta be honest, we are having a blast making short little comedic videos over there. Doing everything from lateral thinking mind riddles. I will bet you $1 that if you give me $2, I will give you $3. To short mini theories that just don't make sense to put anywhere else.
Kirby is the most adult franchise in Nintendo's roster.
That's you, not me.
Kirby's Dream Land 2 for the Game Boy. Here it is. It's a naked woman, right?
A lot of people request meme theory, music theory. Well, they're both going to end up over there exclusively on the app because we can't do music here on YouTube because of copyright reasons, and memes a lot of times just don't have that much to cover. So the short form videos of TikTok work really well for stuff like that. And you can be sure not to miss any of it by clicking the download link in the top line of the description. You can find me at MattPatGT, MattPatGT, or you can just scan this code I'm putting on screen right now. It is super easy. The long story short here is that TikTok is just fun and unfiltered. Unlike my Twitter and Instagram, and especially here on YouTube, there's just things that I want to make that are stupid and random and that don't need to fulfill the needs of some online algorithm or heck, some pre-existing brand that I've created for the last 8 years. A place where I can just make whatever cringy, lame theories I feel like and follow it up with some gameplay of me acing a song in Beat Saber.
Oh, you killed me just because I'm low. I was low. I deserve that.
It all sucks anyway. TikTok's just the app that makes me laugh the most these days, which is honestly the best endorsement I can give it. And heck, to give you extra incentive to follow me over there, 2 of my new followers on TikTok will win themselves never-before-seen merch prototypes. And by prototypes, I mean early test copies of Theoryware that, with some tweaks, will be coming out later this year. But because these are early prototype versions that you won, you will literally be the only 2 people in the world to have these things. So come on and follow me for the merch, but stay for the riddles, the dancing, the theory quickies, and whatever other cringe I can come up with. Download is in the top line of the description. Search for MattPatGT. I hope to see you there. Heck, let's do a duet together. A duet is a thing that they do on TikTok. They split the screen down the middle, and someone's doing something on one side, and the other person's doing something on the other side. I'm learning all this stuff still in school. Exciting to learn a new platform. It's a lot of fun. Give it a watch. It's worth the time.
What's up, little boy? Who's saying bye to you?
Oh man, Cupcake in a cup. cup is delicious. Wally totally had the right idea with this one. How did they make it taste this good? Let's see, sugar, potassium benzoate. Oh, gross! I'm not eating potassium benzoate.
No, I'm not. Come on, I was at 1 second. I'm not weak at all. Don't worry, I'm not weak.
Film Theory, the show where ruining your favorite childhood classics is my prime directive. And in my crosshairs today is none other than Wall-E. Now, I could be in the worst of moods, like say hypothetical situation when you have to wait weeks for the darn cable company to fix your stupid internet. When you know the internet is kind of your job, and so you're paying people to just sit around and stare at their computers without actually being able to do anything. And do you think that the cable company is going to come back and repay you for all the lost time and effort? No. Meanwhile, the people who watch your videos are like, hey, where's your videos? What are you doing? Matt, slacking off. And you're like, no, it's not my fault. Blame the internet company, but no one cares. No one cares. You know those sorts of moods? Yeah, I could be in one of those purely hypothetical moods just like that, not based on real circumstances. But you know what? The magic of Pixar makes it all just fade away. And Wall-E is my all-time favorite. You can keep your Incredibles and Nemos. None of them can compete with robots learning to love. And then they watch Hello Dolly, and then they hold hands, and oh, just getting choked up seeing these clips from the movie. Cut to the next scene, Ronnie. Cut to the next scene. And now they're dancing through space. Oh, I kid you not. I weep openly at 3 separate points in this movie. Well, at least I did. Now that I'm in the theory game, I don't so much watch movies anymore as I do study them. And this time I rewatched Wall-E, I wasn't crying because of robot love. I was crying because of the dark secret hidden in the bowels of the Starliner Axiom. To give you a refresher, the Axiom was supposed to be a safe haven for humanity, taking a few laps around the solar system while Wall-E's cleaned up the planet Earth and made it habitable once again. When the events of Wall-E take place, they've actually been gone for centuries, longer than they first intended. They mentioned it in the movie like it's no big deal.
And welcome to day 255,642 aboard the Axiom. Oh, hey, I see the ship's log is showing that today is our 700th anniversary of our 5-year cruise. Well,
but that's going to cause some problems, and one in particular. What are they eating? Cupcake in a cup? What even is that? Well, be careful what you ask, because if you connect the dots throughout the movie, you can clearly see what the people on the Axiom are truly eating. And spoiler alert, it ain't Matt Damon's poop-tatoes. They're eating each other. That's right, your favorite movie about an adorable little trash robot trying to save the world has covert implications that humanity is so screwed over that people are eating each other. Look, I'm not happy about it either. I wish this could be a theory about how Wall-E discovered the true meaning of Christmas, but there's just no evidence. Cannibalism, though? There's a lot of fishy things in this movie that point strongly in that direction. If it's been a minute since you've last seen Wall-E, 2 things. First, go watch it one final time before you forever start associating it with the consumption of human flesh. And second, there are a few key plot points that you'll want to keep in mind. Wall-E is set a good way into the future, in the year 2805, but the real action begins in 2105, when the Earth became too polluted to sustain human life. The proposed solution is for a superstore named By and Large to build giant spaceships to evacuate humans for 5 years while little robots clean up the mess and make Earth great again. Fast forward to the events of the movie, and as I mentioned before, what was supposed to last for 5 years has now lasted 700. And that leads us to what is a pretty obvious claim at this point. The Axiom has got to be out of food. Trying to stretch 5 years worth of rations into 700 just ain't gonna work. When I go a week without buying groceries, I'm down to open-faced peanut butter sandwiches and trying to determine if I can drink barbecue sauce for my daily recommended calories. Maybe they put extra food on board. I hear your busy little fingers typing in the comments already, and yeah, I would say that's practically a guarantee as packing extra is standard operating practice for today's space travelers. For example, NASA, for an average 7-day flight, will have 2 extra days of food on board with them. But when it comes to the Axiom, we're talking about 140 times the amount of food they would need for the planned 5-year excursion. 140 times. Even if By and Large got wildly ambitious and the Axiom would say 10 years of food, an additional 2 times the planned trip length, people would still start going hungry hundreds of years before the events we see in the movie. Plus, it's not like people are rationing out their meals. Unlike Matt Damon on the surface of Mars, everyone is unaware of how much food they have left. So the idea of rationing in order to conserve for the long haul isn't a thing they're worried about. And yet the food
But from where?
I jumped on accident and hate myself right
limited
now.
resources like fuel or water, because there are easy ways for the Axiom to harvest those things for the several centuries where they're in space. In a special feature, Captaining the Axiom, we learned two important details about the ship. For one, the ship is made out of a nuclear-embedded alloy.
The Axiom is a second-generation General Dynamics Type 3 hull configuration made of a patented nuclear-embedded positronium alloy,
Which would seem to indicate that it's running on nuclear power. While food supplies will quickly dwindle after a few years, nuclear reactors get a whole lot more bang for the buck. For example, when fully reacted, 1 kilogram of uranium-235, a popular reaction agent, produces as much energy as 1,500 tons of coal. So a small amount of that stuff will cover you for quite a long time. And it's not like uranium is going to turn to mush like a week-old avocado. The time it takes for half a sample of uranium-235 to decay is over 700 million years. So don't need to worry about the expiration date on that one. For water, the Captaining the Axiom video also informs us that the ship is headed to the Kuiper Belt.
And here's your destination, Captain. The Kuiper Belt, that enigmatic frontier of our solar system, where fragments of our primordial protoplanetary disk still wait to be explored.
This is a part of space that's still, believe it or not, in our own solar system, but is beyond the planets. And all along, we all thought that the solar system ended after your very educated mother just said eat 9 pizzas. Take that, 6th grade science class. Film theory be dropping knowledge all over this his house. The Kuiper Belt is filled with frozen, asteroid-sized chunks of various substances like methane, ammonia, and you guessed it, water. So it's not going to be hard to imagine that the Axiom could harvest some ice around it. Guess what you won't be finding
But
on
also one shot could kill me, so.
Wheat, other random foodstuffs. So fuel and water could technically be taken care of.
Crispity. Crunchity. Peanut
Because now
buttery.
it's the first one. It's
The
whoever
irresistible,
kills me.
one-of-a-kind Butterfinger. Nobody lays a finger on my Butterfinger.
It's whoever shoots first now.
Care of, but you just can't make food appear out of nowhere. Or
I'm on 24 health, and I don't have no
also,
meds,
maybe they've
so
developed a
have
way to
fun
create
killing me.
food out of thin air. Or at least that's what I initially thought until I looked a bit closer. I mean, food needs to come from somewhere. Note that we don't see any animals on the ship other than humans. Unlike water, food is more complicated than simply a bunch of hydrogen and oxygen atoms put together. So you'd need some ingredients for the food from somewhere. And even if they had developed some meal replacement superfood like Soylent, which delivers all your essential calories, it still requires plants. Soy. Not even the ship's captain recognizes what a plant is or how it grows.
Where's the thingy? Right.
So what exactly would the hypothetical food be made out of? Also, if the Axiom were somehow able to synthesize food out of thin air, why would it be such a big deal that Earth can grow plants again? Wouldn't they be able to stay on the Axiom or go and colonize a new planet with that kind of technology? Nope, they've definitely run out of food, and yet we see that the population has managed to survive for generations aboard the Axiom. Does that automatically prove that the passengers are eating other passengers? Well, not by itself, but it does color the way that we look at other issues. Issues like, where did the dead people go? The Axiom has been flying around for 700 years and started with a population of 600,000. Again, according to those DVD special features.
The Axiom is a virtual city in space designed to accommodate the needs and desires of each of her 600,000 passengers.
During that time, we can be certain that those 600,000 starter people have died several times over. When Captain McCree looks at the pictures of the captains before him, we see that there were 5 previous captains of the Axiom who've lived and died, and that they were each captain for between 120 and 150 years. That means we're looking at lifespans that may be as long as 200 years, but that still leaves us with over 2 million dead bodies that the not thrown away, since we see the airlock system and garbage disposal areas of the ship. When Wally and Eve get pushed into the inner bowels of the Axiom with the rest of the waste, there's no organic material to be found, only mechanical parts. And when things do get jettisoned out into space, again, there's nothing but trash and metal to be seen. So if you're not throwing the dead bodies away or launching them into space, there's only 2 possibilities. 1, burning them into ash, which is likely, or 2, recycling them. And if you've got a lot of one kind of material that needs to be recycled, i.e. human bodies, and another resource that you're in desperate need of, i.e. food, then it makes at least mathematical sense to see if the surplus of one can fix the deficit of the other. But of course, no human would ever agree to a plan that monstrous, am I right? Well, I am right, but aboard the Axiom, they wouldn't have to. Remember, the Axiom's captain is incompetent. Until his spiritual awakening late in the film, Captain McCree demonstrates that he holds a meaningless title responsible for nothing more than reading announcements and clapping twice to get his coffee. McCree doesn't even know how the controls of the ship work.
Otto, why did you wake me for a morning announcement? Honestly, it's the one thing I get to do on this ship.
So it's clear that any major developments or decisions on the ship aren't going through him. Enter Otto the autopilot, who has no problem instituting to the robots.
C is for by and large, your very best friend.
And many of these robots are obsessed with cleaning contaminants. It would already be in their programming to want to dispose of something as unsanitary as a human cadaver. Which brings us to the grimmest part of all. Sure, I've demonstrated how the passengers in the Axiom could have come about eating each other, both in terms of necessity and in the logistics of how such a system could come about, but up to this point it's been mostly speculation. It's time to prove this grim truth using science. Just look at the passengers aboard the ship. I'd say that they're a bit overweight. And that's not me judging them, that's a big point in the movie. The by and large CEO makes the claim that
due to the effects of microgravity, you and your passengers may have suffered some slight bone loss.
And the diagram on the screen strongly implies that the bone loss is the cause of everyone's bootylicious body. But the science of that just doesn't make any sense. Sure, NASA has done a lot of research and determined that the weightlessness of space makes bones less dense very quickly and causes muscles to atrophy, but neither of these cause people to be overweight. And even if it did, what evidence do we really have that these people are subject to microgravity in the first place? Based on the way Wally falls down the trash chute and the way the babies slide down the Lido deck at the end of the movie, the Axiom is mimicking Earth's gravity, just like it mimics Earth's temperature. If there were microgravity on board, you wouldn't need a hover chair because literally any chair not bolted to the ground could hover. So all this talk about microgravity causing obesity is pure lies. And while the movie leads us to believe that their physical inactivity is what causes them to gain weight, that also simply isn't true. Inactivity isn't good for you, sure, but weight loss is more tied to what you're consuming rather than what you're burning off. Don't get me wrong, the passengers wouldn't be in good shape, but if they never...
Boom! You just destroyed my village!
I have no map.
No!
I'm looking for you.
Coin Master, play now.
Wait, do you want to go against mobile lobbies on Fortnite?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's be a little bit more creative and then we can go on mobile lobbies.
Use their muscles, they'd simply be frail, not fat and overweight. This means that whatever they're eating on a regular basis is densely caloric. That's what's maintaining the kind of weight that we see them toting around in the movie. And as it turns out, human meat could yield those sorts of results. According to a disturbingly specific article in Popular Science, an average human body, when cooked, is good for a little over 80,000 calories. And these were bodies analyzed in the 1940s and 50s, long before the American obesity epidemic forced our mayors to decide how big our cups of Mountain Dew could be. So we can imagine that people of today would be even more caloric, perhaps topping 100,000 calories apiece. And calories coming from human flesh aren't exactly healthy calories either. The Popular Science article notes that a significant percentage of those calories in a human body are coming from adipose tissue, pure fat. So combine, say, a fatty human flesh-filled diet with onboard inactivity, and you've got yourself a recipe that results in some very overweight passengers, like the ones that we see populating the Axiom. Now, of course, there's one final problem to this theory: tricking people into eating other people. Getting around that
too many flavor you're going to be contending with. It's kind of like getting a kid to eat Brussels sprouts. Eat it, it's going to be good for you. Or, I guess in the Axiom's case, eat it, because if you don't eat your fellow passengers, there's literally nothing else we can serve you. So, you're going to die and then get fed to everyone else. So how do you season up a human body to make it palatable to a bunch of unaware passengers? Well, the solution is a lot more straightforward than you might initially think. Science has actually proven that one of the best ways to mask the flavor of something is to liquefy it and then serve it through a straw. But it's not like everything that the people on the Axiom consume comes through a straw. I mean... Oh, that's it. I got nothing. I just ruined my favorite Pixar movie. Robot romance will never be the same. And with that, Charlton Heston, if you would be so kind to lead us out.
These people! We gotta stop them somehow!
But hey, that's just a theory. A film theory. And cut.
That prison door.
Everyone's special, Dash. Which is another way of saying no one is.
Fine, have it your way, Dash. Let's pit you against your family in a battle to the death to see which special is the most special of all the specials.
It's time for a death battle!
Internet, welcome to Film Theory, the only show that can monologue longer than a villain in a superhero movie.
You sly dog! You got me monologuing! I can't believe it.
Today I'm covering what's perhaps the most beloved movie in Pixar's lineup, The Incredibles. A film that probably earned that title because a lot of you watching saw it when you were kids. A fact that, in retrospect, is a bit alarming considering what the movie's really about. I mean, for a family-friendly film, you have a villain that actually kills people, a wife that suspects that her husband is cheating, and repeated death by engine turbine. I've always thought that it had a weird message, too, where Buddy, the young fanboy who's shunned by his hero, pulls himself up by his bootstraps to become a billionaire weapons designer, using his genius intellect to create devices that give him the power of a superhero himself, which honestly is a story arc that should be praised. I gotta say, as the one who felt ostracized throughout school, I totally relate to this guy's story. He should be a good role model. He didn't give up. He uses the innate abilities to get better, to get to the position where he wanted to be. But instead, in this movie, he has an inferiority complex and becomes a sociopathic killer.
You mean you killed off real heroes so that you could pretend to be one?
Oh, I'm real, and I did it without your precious gifts, your oh-so-special powers.
Okay. Hey, Pixar, I totally feel what you're going for here, but seriously, intelligence should be a real superpower. But nope, not The Incredibles, and then the rest of the film treats him like a joke, until he dies a gruesome death and the heroes are all solidified as the ones who are born with their innate abilities. Clearly, this movie believes that some people are just more super than others. And since you killed off the character I most relate to, movie, I'm going full super villain and giving you a dose of your own medicine. Which super is the most super in the Parr family? Who is the most powerful Incredible? Is it the speed demon Dash, the quiet psychic Violet, the flexible Elastigirl, or the brute force of Mr. Incredible? There's also the baby Jack, the big wild card.
Wait, I have to change my mind.
Seem to vary from setting himself on fire to changing to different materials. You could say he's a regular Jack of all trades. But knowing how Hollywood storytelling works and based on the fact that the trailers are already playing all this up, it probably means he's going to be revealed to be the most powerful character in Incredibles 2. So I'm knocking him out of the competition. In the meantime, though, place your bets, ladies and gentlemen, because 4 Incredibles enter, 1 Incredible leaves. Man, I really am starting to sound like Syndrome.
Everyone can be super, and when everyone's super, no one will be.
First things
things first, if you want to talk about raw strength, then you have to talk about Mr. Incredible. Even if Bob Parr has put on a few pounds since retiring from his superhero days, he is still a hunk of muscle, tossing around cars the same way most of us would toss around a frisbee. Well, I guess if you were really throwing the car like I throw a frisbee, it would throw the car, it would immediately karate chop down into the ground, and then roll around on its edge in a direction completely opposite the thing I was trying to throw it at, rubbing the shame in my face as it rolls. But where we really see him start to push his powers to their limits is when he halts a train traveling at full speed right in its tracks. To figure out how much force he needs to stop that train, we need to know two things: the train's deceleration, how quickly he was able to bring that train to a halt, and the train's mass. Calculating the train's mass is a bit difficult because for the brief moments that the train is actually seen on screen, we never see how many train cars there are. However, with a bit of historical research, we can actually come up with a pretty good guess on how many train cars there were, how much they weighed, and how fast the train would have to have been moving. In order to determine the mass of each railway car, we can compare it to a similar railway car in the real world. In the movie, we see Bob reading a copy of the Metroville Review, which, when you zoom in real close, shows that the second half of this movie is set in the year 1962. The train stopping scene happens in the movie's opening moments before a 15 years later flash forward, meaning that scene with the train happens in 1947. Details also point to the city of Metroville being based on Chicago. The font and name of the newspaper make it look like a tribute to the famous Chicago Tribune. And Chicago is a metropolitan city that had a booming economy during the time period of the movie. More importantly, Chicago is also famous for its L train, short for elevated train, that served as a citywide rapid transit system since 1892. Based on the year the movie takes place and the appearance of the cars, they appear to be the Metroville equivalent of the Chicago L train's steel 5000 series cars, which were in service from 1947 to 1985. We also know, based on historical research, that the 5000 series of car had an unloaded weight of 93,000 pounds, plus another 14,688 pounds from the weight of all the passengers inside. And yes, I calculated that using the average weight of a person in 1950, which I might note is over 20 pounds lighter than the average weight for a person in the year 2000. Okay? You have to account for everything when it comes to historical accuracy, and also our ever-expanding waistlines. Lastly, the length of the train. In the scene, we're able to count 11 visible railway cars, and based on everything we know about elevated trains in the 1940s, which is a surprisingly large amount after doing this episode, the train probably wouldn't be any longer than that. In fact, it was uncommon for trains to be longer than 6 cars during commuter hours way back then. All of that gives us a grand total of 1,184,568 pounds for the mass of the train. That is 592 tons. Mr. Incredible certainly has a lot of work to do, and work he does. He brings that train from 55 miles per hour to a screeching halt in just under 10. Do that to a 592-ton train, he'd need to exert a force of 1,333,000 newtons. That's the equivalent of 299,670 pounds of force.
Is that your phone?
Comparison, a study of 70 boxers found that elite-level fighters punch with an average of 776 pounds of force, with the strongest one ever not being able to reach 1,300 pounds of force. Bob's punch, by comparison, would be 230 times stronger than that. They don't call him Mr. Incredible for nothing. And with that, 1,333,000 newtons of force is our number to beat. Next up is Helen Parr, aka Mom, aka Elastigirl. Measuring Elastigirl's strength is a bit trickier here, since she's not really about raw strength, but rather raw stretch. We never really get to see her stretched to her limits, but we do get to see how flexible her abilities are. Ba-doom-ching. Alright, I'm done with the puns. She has a parachute mode, boat mode, hovercraft mode, limbo mode, shield offspring from oncoming homing missile explosion mode. Hold up, completely shielding the kids from an explosion of a homing missile? Yikes! If her body is able to go full Groot and repel the force of an explosion like that, protecting what's inside, it must be pretty strong. And based on her passing out in the aftermath of the explosion, it's pushing her powers to their limits, so that is the scene we're gonna analyze. But just how strong is she? Let's look at the missiles. We don't actually see any other aircraft in the vicinity, so it looks like these are gonna be surface-to-air missiles.
I know how to connect my controller to my phone, but I only know how to do it in
powerful are
PS4.
they? Well, when it comes to surface-to-air missiles, the explosive yield will ultimately depend on the warhead it's carrying, but faster usually means more powerful. I mean, the fastest missiles in the world are ICBMs, which can reach speeds of over Mach 15 times the speed of sound, and they're usually designed to carry nuclear warheads. Scary thought. Anyway, from the way that the missiles appear to only barely outspeed the plane, we can assume that they're probably moving at close to the same rate. Now, a typical commercial jet would be able to hit speeds of around 600 miles per hour,
Okay, let's go to the ball and let's see what they
less
left.
than the speed of sound, not
Hopefully
even
they
Mach
left their
1.
eyes.
And we never actually see Helen's plane cross any sound barriers, even as she's trying to avoid these missiles. So that means that the missiles must be moving pretty slowly. Currently, the slowest and typically weakest surface-to-air missiles used by the U.S. military still hit a speed of around Mach 2.5, which means I guess Syndrome's weapons budget was more focused on building killer robots and not so much on buying anti-aircraft missiles. Information on this subject is a bit hard to find, and digging around for it has undoubtedly put me back on top of several government watch lists. There goes my trusted traveler pass I worked a year to get, but out of all the missiles used by the U.S. military, the slowest one is the RIM-116 Rolling Airframe Missile, RAM. A missile delivering a warhead with an explosive yield equivalent of 47.279 megajoules, or just around 24.9 pounds of TNT. But here's where things get even more complicated. In the scene, we see not one, not two, but three missiles. Also, Elastigirl isn't even the first thing the explosion hits, impacting the plane before even hitting her. Also, we have to consider the fact that Elastigirl isn't at the epicenter of the explosion when the missiles go off. This all matters because what we think of as an explosion is basically just a shock wave that gets weaker and weaker as you move away from the epicenter. And this drop-off happens exponentially. So this time, we're just gonna have to do some rough estimations. If we estimate that the plane's main body, or fuselage, is 10 centimeters thick aluminum, standard
So let's hope we don't. I mean, this is a mobile team. They're not gonna find no tryhards.
Elastigirl's distance from the initial explosion at around 3 meters based on the size and shape of the cabin and where we see the missile impact the aircraft. Elastigirl's body is absorbing a whopping 3,500,000
They really needed mass and they broke down 2
That is
ounces.
more than 10 times as much force as we calculated for Mr. Incredible to stop that moving train. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a new front runner.
Yeah, well, because if there's lightsabers on us,
and a new definition of wonder.
if there's lightsabers on us, we could kill them. Because we have lightsabers too. It'll be a lightsaber, bro.
Okay, I have the drum gun,
Can I get it, please?
Sure.
I really wanted it.
It's right there, I need this big chair.
Oh, bandages too. No, there's a med kit over there.
There's a med kit here.
I just want to throw the bandages for no reason.
Paulie and Vinny are back. Yeah, buddy. And they're looking for love. But this time,
are
living with your exes? Crazy, right?
Yeah.
They're moving in with their double shot exes in Vegas. Because everybody... What are we thinking? Deserves a second. Escape to Vegas with Double Shot at Love. Premieres Thursday, June 11th at 9 on MTV.
He didn't even know the build.
Flash.
He put it a little four in our
speedster of the family. Who knows though? Maybe Incredibles 2 will feature reverse dash.
Can I get some AR ammo? Can I waste it on
rip off the
some
Flash and recreate that time that the Flash was shot with a fat ray, kidnapped, and then put on display as the 1,000-pound blunder, like some sort of freak show. Ha! You get it? Because he's obese now. Yikes! The 60s were a very different time. Anyway, Dash demonstrates his super speed a lot throughout the movie, but believe it or not, the greatest feat of speed that we actually see him pull off is when he rushes up to his teacher's desk to place a thumbtack on the seat, then rushes back to his seat.
This little rat is guilty! He's guilty! You can see on his smug little face, guilty! I say guilty!
Hey dude, calm down. Why are you freaking out? It's just a prank, bro. Don't be a prick about it. Get it?
I hit
Trick.
122.
Because it's a thumbtack. Anyway, the teacher, determined to catch Dash in the act, has a surveillance camera record the incident. And for a single frame of the video, we see Dash moving. If we assume that the video is recording at 24 frames per second, as most video cameras did back in 1962, that would mean Dash was at a distance of about 4 meters in just 1/24th of a second. That translates to a speed of 96 meters per second, or 214 miles per hour. But does that give Dash the ability to topple his mother's strength? Earlier, we saw Mr. Incredible stop the speeding L train, but could he stop Dash running towards him at top speed? Well, what's most impressive about Dash isn't his speed so much as it is his acceleration. The fastest sports cars on Earth take around 2 seconds to go from 0 to 60 miles per hour. Dash is able to go from 0 to 214 miles per hour, stop, and then reverse his direction to get back to his seat again in just in the blink of an eye. I ran the numbers and he's accelerating at a rate of 9,216 meters per second square. To figure out whether Dash can actually topple his father, we use one of my favorite equations of all time.
Whenever I play Fortnite with you, I want to play on the phone account, or you should just grind on the squad.
Dash is creating. We just found his acceleration. Now multiply that by the average mass for a
I downloaded it on my phone.
Or 32.5 kilograms, and we find out that Dash's speedy little leg generating 299,500 newtons of thrust, the equivalent of 67,300 pounds of force, which is more thrust than the engine of a Boeing 747 commercial jetliner. With force and speed like that, perhaps his most amazing super ability is the fact that he's able to get away with that.
I can't.
He should be causing a massive wind that sends papers, at the very least, flying throughout the classroom. Anyway, under 300,000 newtons, he's still a million newtons away from the raw strength of his father. To match the force of his dad, Dash would need to put on a few pounds. A few hundred pounds, in fact. Starting with that 1.3 million newton threshold we calculated for dear old dad and dividing by Dash's acceleration, he'd need to weigh in at 141 kilograms or 310 pounds to tackle his father. And way more than that to punch through his mother's density. 137 pounds. Moving 380 kilograms. Where is a good politically incorrect flash say when you need it? And then 14-year-old Violet, the bashful shy girl who wants nothing more than to reject her superpowers and be normal herself. Now, she's a tricky one since her powers aren't physical like anyone else in her family. First, the girl who wants to hide from the world can, appropriately enough, turn invisible. But more to our purpose, she can feel capable of blocking anything. And you can't have a force field without the word force. The measurement can use it to compare the family. We find out about 9 minutes into the movie. Using the performance of a standard issue M16 rifle as reference with a 960 per second muzzle velocity, 4.02 grams mass per bullet, and an estimated stopping distance of 0.01 meters, the protective bubble she's creating is acting with 83,288 pounds of force, 370,000 newtons. That alone puts her ahead of her brother when it comes to raw strength, but it's not even close to the full extent of her force field's power.
You have more power than you realize. Don't think. And don't worry. If the time comes, you'll it's in your blood.
In the final battle against Syndrome's Omnidroid version 10, she pulls out her strongest force field to protect Dash from the giant robot. The Omnidroid 10 is a with a full thickness of about half a meter and a diameter of about 39 meters. And we know this by comparing it to the size of the buildings we see it next to, where it appears to be about 12 stories high. Accounting for the fact that the Omnidroid appears to be mostly hollow inside, the metal part alone would have a volume of 2,402 cubic meters. That amount of steel would have a mass of 1.85 times 10 to the 7th kilograms, or 40,788,000
I really want to get 10 kills.
Newton's third law, you know, the one that says that every action has an equal and opposite reaction, tells us that if Violet is supporting an object that weighs 40 million pounds, the force field has to exert an upward force of 40 million pounds. 181,398,476,000 newtons. That is nearly 180 times the force that her father used to stop that train, and over 10 times what her mother was plane explosions. And that's not lives at stake. Bob leaps to their defense and provides provides the most monumental demonstration of strength that we see throughout the entire movie. This is actually known as hysterical strength, a display of extreme strength by humans beyond what's believed to be normal, usually occurring when people are in life and death situations. This is most commonly associated with stories of parents lifting
I took all his shield when I jumped.
In this case, it's Bob Parr lifting a giant death droid to save his kids. Scientific evidence to prove it is scarce, since, as you can imagine, it's a bit hard to test this sort of thing in a lab. Hey, we're gonna put your kid up.
Okay, let's try again. Let's try this again.
Believed to be tied to the body increasing adrenaline production in times of crisis. So Violet is definitely number one, unless parental instincts come into play. And you know what? That seems like a fitting climax for a movie that's ultimately more about family bonds than it is about superpowers. Sometimes it takes the family to save the day. And even though Dash and Violet might not be as strong as their dad, in a way, they were indirectly responsible for his greatest feat of strength. And that's Disney Pixar's The Incredibles. Your favorite childhood movie with the moral of you have to be born special in order to be special. Sorry, Syndrome. Your super intelligence and ceaseless work ethic don't merit you becoming a super. Luckily, real life doesn't have to work that way. Work hard enough and you can gain yourself super abilities. Case in point, our sponsor for the day, Skillshare, an online learning community with more than 17,000 classes in film, business, and writing. Basically, all the skills that you need if you're thinking of becoming a super YouTuber, or really any other modern career for that matter. Finding good, reliable, and most importantly, resources to teach yourself online is surprisingly difficult these days. I mean, you don't want to fall into the trap of Jake Paul's How to Be a YouTuber program, which, I kid you not, is a real thing that is really unhelpful. So Skillshare solves that problem by giving you access to online educators who really have the skills and want to help you succeed. True story.
Put my color in the red one.
First, let me do this.
This is kind of a first for all of us. Maybe this is a time to put other things first. And when the day comes where we're no longer looking at our worlds from the inside out, it will be what we did in here that will make us stronger out there.
Wait, we have to. It's Phil. It's on Phil.
To film theory, where I can't waste any more time getting to the finale of this theory because I keep literally being stopped in the streets and asked what the deadliest movie is gonna end up being. It's actually a little unsettling how into this theory everyone is. Plus, the process of getting through these last 5 excruciatingly historically inaccurate movies is gonna take us so long that I literally don't have any time to waste today. No witty banter, no cringy dad jokes, just death, and even more death. Remember, we ended last episode with our total kill count sitting at 3,520. I forgot to add it too at the end of last episode. Those 3,520 deaths were coming across 53 movies. The top of our deadliest Disney movie leaderboard belonged to The Lion King, sitting confidently atop Pride Rock in a pile of bones with 1,660 lives lost, mostly due to a half a decade of hyenas overfeeding. But get ready, because today's challengers are going to give that number a heck of a run for its money. When we started in on this trilogy, everyone on our theorist team picked the movie that they thought was going to end up being the deadliest. It was like guessing the weight of a new baby before it's born, except instead of pounds and ounces, it's beheadings and extinction level events. Hopefully your pick made it as a finalist, because this is your last chance to get those bets in. Your final 5 internet: Mulan, Dinosaur, Hercules, Atlantis, or Moana. Or heck, maybe it's just going to stay the Lion King. Choose wisely, because lives, and more importantly,
Mr. Hoopier, go to Pleasant Park.
Let's start with what is bizarrely the most straightforward of these final 5.
Mulan, which was a clear fan favorite for death count in the comments. And I understand why. You literally see 2 villages burned, an army of good guys just outright dead in the snow, and the climax of the whole thing is, as we all remember, Mulan using fireworks to cause an avalanche that buries all but 6 of the invading Han army. Initially, I thought the best way to do this would be to just look at history. Mulan, the Disney movie, in case you didn't know, comes from the Chinese legend of Hua Mulan, where the female warrior Mulan does what the movie would teach us to expect her to do. She takes her aging father's place in the army to defend against invaders. Interestingly enough, though, this is a really progressive story. In the original legend, she doesn't hide her true self from her family or sneak away in the middle of the night. Her family totally supports her decision to become a kick-butt warrior woman, and she doesn't even need to fall in love with another soldier. I mean, I get that Disney needed to create some conflict or something, but the 5th century historical version of this story is actually a lot cooler and a lot more progressive than the 1998 remake. Feels bad, man. Given that it's a legend, maybe based in some history, I thought we could estimate deaths based on the number of soldiers in Shen Yu's real army, but
we're probably finding out
isn't a real person. If anyone, he's sort of super loosely based on Attila the Hun, but geographically, Attila's empire ended 3,000 miles west of the Northern Wei Empire, where Mulan legend originates, and most of his battles were fought against Europeans. So we got ourselves the wrong enemy at the wrong end of the continent, so there were really no Attila battles that I could base this on. But I kept on trying. Shen Yu gets his name from the anglicized version of Shan Yu, which is just a generic term for a Hun leader. It would be like watching a movie about America 1,000 years from now, where the head of our country was somehow
It doesn't really matter. I already got
Given that Shan Yu is this totally generic title, there's still no battle that we could possibly base this finale of Mulan on. It also doesn't help us that there's no real historical record of Mulan. While her legend is really famous, she's usually left out of Chinese history texts and seems to be treated like a symbol rather than a real historical person. So in the end, with not enough credible information to go on, I had to resort to doing a death count the old-fashioned way, counting. Except that counting all these people the old-fashioned way would have taken a ridiculous amount of time, so I did it the new-fashioned way, a macro. Using GNU Octave, I processed the frames of Mulan to automatically count how large Shen Yu's horde was. The program converts the images to black and white, which in turn makes it easier for the computer to count the individual members of the army. I had to really fiddle around with the settings here to make sure that the program only was counting what I wanted it to, soon to be dead Huns. After some creative photoshopping, I came out with 11 deaths on the mountainside by aggressive firework, plus an additional 178 horsemen and 1,048 other soldiers in the avalanche itself, for a grand total of 1,237 kills. Add to that the 2 villages that we see burned, which, based on the size and proximity to the Great Wall of China, would have had about 100 residents each, as well as the army that gets massacred trying to surprise attack Shen Yu, which we can count in these scenes to be 31, but actually only adds 30 deaths since 1 messenger survives the massacre.
How many men does it take to deliver a message?
1. And then Shen Yu himself, we get ourselves a grand total of 1,468. It's worth noting here that I've seen a few other different versions of this death count circulating around online, ranging anywhere from 260 to the upwards of 2,000. I was as absolutely exhaustive in this analysis as possible, so I feel pretty darn good about that 1,468 number, but in the end, it still doesn't edge out Lion King. With Mulan out of the way, it's time to move on to the last of our movies in the princess category, going from Mulan in China-ish to Moana in Polynesia-ish. After this, it's all gods and natural disasters, so Moana is going to be our last hope for a princess to take home the murder crown. Ramatala becomes death number 1 early on in the movie. Death number 2 quickly skyrockets to death number 260 when Maui and Moana blow up and sink an entire society of Kakamora. The little coconut pirates they meet in that totally forgettable scene that's just
to the Lord, I have the
Anyway, those little scamps are based on the Solomon Islands legend of the Kakamora, a race of very small people who would steal from island tribes. They're always depicted as harmless, which is clearly why Moana and Maui feel it necessary to sink 259 of them, at my best count, mercilessly into the ocean and then smile about it to each other as they sail away, leaving no survivors in their wake.
Wait, did it?
Brutal. Okay, that's 260. It's certainly a bloodbath, but it is far from record-breaking. But now we get to the curse. The whole movie hinges on the fact that Maui stole this powerful heart of Tefiti and thereby brought about a 1,000-year plague.
Without her heart, Tefiti began to crumble, giving birth to a terrible darkness that will continue to spread until every one of us is devoured by inescapable death.
That means that Maui would be responsible for 1,000 years of darkness spreading across the Pacific Islands, which seems like it should be a shoe-in for death and destruction. I am certainly excited. Now, we do have to remember that except for a single crab god, animal species aren't sapient in this movie, so fish aren't gonna count. And as much as I'd like to think that that leaves us with plenty of room for death, the problem with this curse quickly becomes the fact that it's just now showing up to Moana's island, which means that it has been coming for a long time. Sure, Grandma's map at the beginning of the movie shows this darkness spreading really fast, and yet when Moana and her dad visit the top of the island, he shows her how long they've been living there without any issues. No darkness to contend with for, at my count, 12 generations. If we're being generous and say that a generation of leader is turning over every 25 years, which again, Moana's dad looks significantly older than this, but we're giving it a worst case scenario, we're looking at least 300 years of easy fish and coconuts without even a hint of a plague. I mean, if you have that long to become a doomsday prepper and you don't build in any contingency plans, I think there's an argument to be made that you might have had it coming. Anyway, the point is, we need to see if this darkness is actually creeping up on anyone, or if it's just totally avoidable. To figure that out, we're gonna have to measure how far the curse has traveled, which we know is gonna be from the heart of Tefiti, where the curse started, to Moana's island at the start of the movie. So all we need to know is how far she travels in her boat between those two locations and how long it takes to get there. What we know, Moana travel for 3, maybe 4 days at most. Her boat is captained by Maui, a master wayfinder and demigod, and her boat is a recreation of Fijian kamikaze, similar to an outrigger canoe that can travel up to 15 knots or 17 miles per hour. We're gonna somehow have to ignore the fact that this boat was also built by those 300-year-old ancestors who landed on Moana's island, making this boat so impossibly old that there's no way it would actually sail, but whatever, Disney. We'll also assume that Moana didn't sleep at any point during the journey, something we considered a sign of weakness as a wayfinder. So at max rate, steered completely straight by an expert wayfinder, she could sail 1,632 miles or 2,626 kilometers in 4 days, which is pretty incredible, but we're in the best case scenario. This means that Moana's island is a little over 1,600 miles from the heart of Tefiti, or curse ground zero. So okay, if the darkness started at Tefiti and is just now reaching Moana's island at least 300 years later, we're saying that it took 300 years for the darkness to spread 1,632 miles, meaning that the curse has spread 5.4 miles per year. That is nothing. Standing on the shore of a beach, the horizon you're seeing is 2.8 miles away. From the top of Moana's island, you would be seeing well over 12 miles into the horizon. You would literally see this darkness coming towards your shores for several years in advance, which is why Moana's deadliness just falls apart. With that much knowledge, it would be almost impossible to believe that seafaring Polynesian island dwellers who primarily fish for survival would be unable to, keep their boats and sail to the next island over when they see the curse coming, thereby buying them a few extra years. Even Moana's tribe of people who are water phobic are still going to have time to see their shriveled coconuts, throw some flex tape onto those centuries-old boats, and move to the next island, which would buy them more time. So the final death tally for Moana, 261. Not even close. After a thoroughly disappointing performance by Moana, it's up to the last 3 movies to knock my socks off. Hercules. Sure, Atlantis The Lost Empire ain't one of those beloved Disney classics with a big plastic VHS cover, but looking back on it, it's pretty darn good. And at the very least, it is pretty darn deadly. But at this point, that's all I really care about. And since it's gonna need to prove itself in gladiatorial fashion against another strong challenger from the same part of the world, Hercules.
In one corner, we've got ourselves a flood that wrecks an entire civilization, and in the other, we have ourselves a complete war between gods and titans with the world of man caught stuck in the middle. So let's set up those killing death tickers and get down to Atlantis. There's a big change accounts for 171 deaths right off the bat. Adding in the king's death in the ending battle, we suddenly jump up to 185. So it can be hard to tell how many of the explosions we see signifying certain death and how many are just like pew pew pew, boom boom. As I believe,
revive me! Run and revive me!
Hercules
Run! Carry me and run! Carry me and run!
Flavors of Hercules.
That's the only way we can survive right now. Carry me and run!
Suspiciously like Scar, a sea monster that isn't part of the laborers, but we'll give him credit for anyway, and then the Minotaur, a Gorgon, and some really scary looking birds. Two of which were actually called by the Greek hero Perseus, but you get the idea. We can also give Hercules credit for killing Nessus. It's unclear in the movie if he's officially dead or if he's just unconscious, but according to Greek myth, Hercules does indeed kill him, so we're gonna go with that. And no, we're not counting Meg. Sure, she dies, but she has to die and stay dead. Meg gets revived before the end of the movie. Also, you can't count Hades because he already lives in the underworld. So, based off of these early action sequences, Atlantis, the Lost Empire, has a significant lead. But at the end of the day...
After the game, I'm gonna go eat something, but I'm still gonna be...
It's really gonna matter.
I'm ready up.
These numbers are tiny compared to the huge catastrophic event. But at the end of the day, this isn't really gonna matter because these numbers are tiny compared to the huge catastrophic events in both movies. The sinking of Atlantis and the Titanomachy. And here's where the counting has to get creative. Atlantis, the Lost Empire, starts with a giant tsunami headed for the island of Atlantis. A protective barrier bubble thing is formed around the center of the island and sinks it to the ocean. It's not as though everyone in Atlantis dies, but we do see a lot of people banging on that bubble from the outside. And the bubble only ends up saving just a small fraction of the land of Atlantis, which leaves us with an obvious question and a not so obvious answer. How many people die when Atlantis sinks? It'd be nearly impossible to get a decent guess at this just from the design of the city that we see at the beginning of the movie, so we're gonna have to go all the way back to the ancient Greek Atlantis story to determine the most likely death toll. Ditto for when Hades releases the Titans onto Earth and they start wrecking house. Let's start with Atlantis. From a historical perspective, all our information about Atlantis comes from the Greek philosopher Plato. You know, Plato tells a story about...
Okay, I'm done with people, like, I'm mad. So I'm gonna go land at Shark and hope no one lands there. I go get a sky thing. Can you bring me the star? Yeah, I'll bring you it.
Alright. Carry to it. Carry one AR for yourself and bring me the star.
I know. And also, carry me a shotgun, please. Like in your AR place.
Alright.
I'm really gonna have to kill Sky with a pistol. No, don't waste ammo on me.
Good gun. Find an actual good gun to kill Sky with. I'm gonna need an AR, so I'm gonna just not carry that. No way.
I only had a lightsaber, so it's not my fault.
I'm leaving the game. I'm leaving the game.
No, don't.
I wasn't gonna make it over to you anyways.
Call me if I could play some solos.
I'm gonna sit out.
Oh,
Wait, no,
okay.
do you want to play duo? Do you want to do solo duo on mobile?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna sit out on here, and I'm gonna not sit out on my phone. I'm just gonna ready up on my phone.
I'm gonna ready up. But first, make it to duo. Make it to duo.
Yeah, I'm on duos. Alright. Alright,
No,
it's on duo. Be right back. I'm just gonna go make some sandwich or something.
Okay. So you sit out one match.
Yep.
No, we're gonna return to the lobby.
What?
We're gonna return to the lobby.
Return then.
Okay.
Alright, be right back.
Okay. Get a lollipop or something. I think we can get a few lollipops. Let's start with this one. This one's the coolest. Let's do this one.
That makes him invisible, but corrupts him morally. Story to determine the most likely death toll. Ditto for when Hades releases the Titans onto Earth and they start wrecking house. Let's start with Atlantis. From a historical perspective, all our information about Atlantis comes from the Greek philosopher Plato. You know, the Plato who tells a story about a farmer who finds himself a ring that makes him invisible but corrupts him morally. A story that J.R.R. Tolkien definitely didn't steal. Anyway, in his dialogue Critias, Plato tells of the continent Atlantis, a 10,000 BC superpower with a great military and tons of technology so advanced that it sank because the gods got jealous and sent a big earthquake/flood combo to take it down. Sounds fine, cool myth, bro, but Plato never mentions how many people live on Atlantis, which would have
okay, but like after you're done eating sandwich, because I'm gonna watch some YouTube.
For Atlantis'
but I'm still gonna be in the party.
From 5 million to over 100 million, and everything in between. But regardless, those numbers give us a bit of an issue because the population of the entire world at the time in 10,000 BC would have been somewhere in the order of 1 to 3 million people. Adding insult to injury, Atlantis probably isn't even from 10,000 BC because a mistranslation basically changed the entire story to 9,000 years ago, but it was originally meant to be 900 years ago. So basically, TLDR, we're looking for some historical event that Plato could have based his clearly made-up story on that he then used to pass off as if it were historically true to all his bros. So what historic clues can we find in Atlantis, the movie? Well, the one thing we actually know is that there was a tsunami. So we just have to find a massive historical tsunami at the right time and place to make this happen. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Minoan civilization, located on the island of Crete and most prominent from about 2000 to 1500 BC. The Minoans are most famous for building palaces and being the inspiration for the myth of the Minotaur. But Minoans are also our best proxy for both Atlantis as Plato reported, as well as how Disney imagined it. The large buildings that we see present in Atlantis, the Lost Empire, would have been extraordinarily rare in the ancient world, but the Minoans were building palaces and multi-story buildings earlier than any other island civilization that we know of. The Minoan language also checks off the boxes from what we see in the movie. Nobody is really sure what Minoan sounded like because we can't read the basic Minoan writing system, known as Linear A, which parallels the fact that no one can read Atlantean in the movie itself.
Yes, I can read Atlantean, just like you. You can't, can you?
No one can.
And most importantly of all, we have an event that would make sense for the quote-unquote sinking of Atlantis. Around 1550 BC, right around the real time Atlantis was supposed to be set without Plato screwing up his dates, the volcanic island of Thera, modern-day Santorini, exploded, destroying part of the island and sending gigantic waves to the shores of Crete, only about 70 miles away. The resulting tsunami devastated the coast of Crete, destroying cities, ruining coastline, and of course, killing a lot of people. Now, I hear ya, Atlantis is supposed to have sunk into the sea, and Crete is still very much around.
That said, part of the island of Thera sank. You can actually see where a bunch of it is missing even to this day. So the whole idea is still right that this event sunk an island and destroyed a civilization. So for God's sake, after all of that over-analysis, what the heck is the death count? Well, estimates have the eruption of Thera killing 35,000 Minoans on Crete. Wow. And that's to say nothing of the people who were on Thera itself. Even if we want to use a more conservative estimate, those estimates still run in the range of 20,000 deaths. Definitely enough to dwarf any of our other Disney contenders up to this point. So devastating a historical event as this was based on, the silver lining here is that in the Disney version, there is no way Hercules can beat this, right? I mean, sure, houses are crushed, temples are blown away, but it can't measure up to the explosion of Thera, right? Except, interestingly enough, many people believe that the inspiration for the story of the Titanomachy, the exact scenes that we see take place in Hercules, was the massive eruption of Thera, the same event that we just attributed to the loss of Atlantis. So the long story short here is that the destruction in these two movies are based on the exact same event. So what is it? Like a tie, then? I mean, effectively, for as much as we can calculate real numbers out of poorly documented historical facts that influenced fictional movies hundreds of years later, yeah. Although Hercules is taking place in Thebes, which is much farther away. Finally end this with the mass extinction of the dinosaurs. This movie actually doesn't show that event. I swear. That would have been the easy way out. But in the entire film, only 5 dinosaurs die. 2 bad guys, 2 good guys, and 1 neutral Triceratops.
Wait.
I couldn't believe it either. But if that's the case, then where else could all the deaths come from? And the grand answer, the answer to where the most Disney deaths come from in the animation studio's 80-year history isn't coming from humans, isn't coming from fish, it's coming from lemurs. Yep. These guys, prehistoric lemurs. You might be thinking to yourself, gee, I didn't think dinosaurs and lemurs really lived at the same time, and right you would be. Pretty much. There's some research that mammals and dinosaurs did overlap for a very short time at the end of the Cretaceous period when Aladar, our iguanodon protagonist, was supposed to have lived. And it just so happens that one of the oldest animal species to exist in this teeny overlapping sweet spot 60 million years ago were lemurs. And yes, historically you still have to really squint at this one to get any kind of scenario where a monkey family would raise a dinosaur. We're just gonna have to go with this one in order to make it to the other side of it. But like I said, very few dinosaurs were actually harmed in the making of Dinosaur, but an entire island worth of lemurs were just knocked out in one fell swoop. We see a meteor and the associated fallout land on the uncreatively named Lemur Island in the movie, sending the entire island up in flames except for this small lemur family and our friendly dinosaur hero. The lemur baby even comments that during the film, thereby confirming for us that every lemur on Lemur Island is now a crispy critter. But of course, that leads to the next obvious question, how in the world do we know how many that is, or even how big Lemur Island is? Well, in the most bizarre twist of luck, we actually know the real-world location of Lemur Island because historically there is only one possible location. It's the real island off the east coast of Africa called Madagascar. I like to move it. In your biology lesson for the day, the reason lemurs are lemurs is because they evolved all by themselves over millions of years, isolated from all other primate species on the lonely island of Madagascar. All lemurs, even modern lemurs, started back on Madagascar. So this is literally the only place Lemur Island could be in the entire planet Earth, especially on the order of 60 million years ago when Madagascar had just started to separate from continental Africa. This is also why we only see the dinosaur and lemurs swimming across a narrow channel rather than a huge body of water in the aftermath of the meteor strike. At the time they escaped from Lemur Island was just recently Lemur Peninsula. So with that incredible stroke of luck, we now know not only where Lemur Island is, but how big it is. Madagascar is 226,597 square miles in area, but not all of that area is habitable by lemurs. Going by its modern-day geography, which is honestly all we got, only about 43,000 square miles of the island is rainforest, which is lemur habitat and also the area where we see the lemurs living in movies. So
No, you go over there. We're going on mobile.
Living in 43,000 square miles of jungle. Well, this is impossible to know directly, but the lemurs in the movie would have been
It's because I only had a lightsaber. If I get a better gun, I could.
That means that you can fit yourself 307,143 lemurs onto Madagascar at territory capacity, which is how many lemurs we would have the potential to lose a dinosaur. Even if we said it was half that number, even if we said it was a tenth that number, we still have our winner by a long shot. By an apocalyptic landslide, Dinosaur is the deadliest Disney movie of all time. Rest in peace, lemurs, and a moment of silence for all the Disney foes who've gone before me.
There's one person landing with me, and that's it.
I dropped the gun.
I mean, how you said it's a mobile lobby, he's probably going to 2 people. But since it's a mobile lobby, yeah, I know.
I'm carrying 2 ARs.
Carry for me shotgun.
Some of our most significant findings across the entire Disney canon. 58 original Disney animation studio movies. Our estimated total deaths are 344,031.
Damn it.
Which is honestly nothing.
Just try not to dodge it.
Our overall deadliest Disney movie winner is Dinosaur, and a death count of up to 300,000 sapient lemurs. The most deaths of any movie you care about, or are likely to have seen, however, is astoundingly Hercules and Atlantis Lost Empire, with over 20 to 30,000 deaths each by volcano. Most deaths in a Disney princess movie, as well as Disney's deadliest princess, goes to Mulan with just over 1,200, very respectable number. Disney's deadliest and most effective villain is Scar from The Lion King at 1,659 deaths. 1,660th death was his own. Most twisted deaths go to Alice in Wonderland, where the walrus eats 12.
I would have stopped, bro.
Most tragic death ends up going to the accidentally harpooned opera-singing whale in Make My Music. Just brutally sad. And my personal favorite Disney death goes to Ursula being stabbed in the stomach at the end of Little Mermaid. And now, finally, with this series over and all this being said, you can now go and we can all collectively kill off 2018 to start the old kill count back at 0 for 2019. This has been incredibly fun, but totally exhausting project to finish off the year. I hope you enjoyed it.
I hate lightsabers. I hate lightsabers.
Let me know if you want to see something similar to Pixar movies, DreamWorks movies, I don't know. I'm game for anything. Thank you so much for your support over this 3-part trilogy. Thank you so much for your continued support.
I'll try, but I don't think so. What? Why do you leave?
2019. I will see you there with more theories.
Wait, I left?
More film theories. And
You did.
I think it kicked me out. I think it kicked me out because I didn't leave. I didn't press leave.
I'm turning off harder powers. I got a shotgun. At least watch me.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to watch. Oh, you died.
Can we land like the shark together?
Yeah.
Because that didn't end so well.
Now I died to literally a freaking lightsaber.
Disney may claim that.
And also, there's not a lot of lightsabers over here.
Has discovered that isn't always the case, at least not for some guests and many of the employees. We'll reveal some parts of the darker side of Disney that the company would prefer to never see the light of day. We'd never want our videos to end up hidden, so be sure to hit the subscribe button and turn on those notifications. The wonderful Wizard of Bras. Disney makes a serious effort to keep every aspect of its company as family-friendly as possible, but sometimes it misses the mark. Their theme parks are loaded with shops where you can get swag emblazoned with images of your favorite characters, fried food, and racy lingerie. Okay, maybe the last one isn't true anymore, but when Disneyland first opened in 1955, it featured an intimate apparel store. At the Hollywood Maxwell Brassiere Company of Los Angeles, customers could peruse an exhibit on the history of undergarments and get fitted for the proper bra and corset at the Corseteria. A Disney newsletter even touted the headline, "If hubby is shy, watch him at Main Street Corset Shop." What could make this place even more inappropriate and clashing with the image of Disney? How about a creepy mascot known as the
Actually, I don't even think there is
This
actual
terrified
boxes.
mechanical man existed to greet visitors, and we assumed
Okay, let's go.
children who hadn't already run screaming from the thought of their mothers trying on undergarments. Very few photos of the wizard exist, almost as if Disney wants to try to forget that they once tried to have a mechanical wizard sell women bras at one of their parks. Walt's betrayal. We might get angry at our employers for denying our vacation time or not being understanding that we got stuck in traffic on the way to the office, but few of us have to worry about them reporting to the FBI. That's right, Walt Disney was close with the FBI and even let agents visit the parks free of charge. He was extremely anti-communist, which wasn't unusual for the time period, but Walt took it to an extreme level when he named a member of his staff as a Russian sympathizer. The evidence held against the employee, he didn't display adherence to a particular religion and enjoyed taking in shows at the Moscow.
Okay, I got someone really low.
In addition to calling out specific people he believed to be communists, he also blamed
Not kill him.
for a strike at Walt Disney Studio in 1941.
I got both of them really low.
Walt was so keen on impressing
I'll
his
kill him.
friends at the FBI.
I mean, leave one for me.
Exhibits in Tomorrowland promoting the organization, and even made a series of 3 pro-FBI shows that aired in 1968 through the Mickey Mouse Club. Now, we think most people are fine,
I hear lightsaber.
but Walt seemed to think they were the
Yeah,
key
one-
to
the-
destroying the
there's a-
communists that he believed were plotting to take over Hollywood and ruin his empire. Melitzer. When you walk through a Disney park, you might enjoy taking in the scent of freshly baked treats as you stroll down Main Street, or breathing in the salt air of the Pirates of the Caribbean ride.
The lightsaber guy had a cat.
Another bit of Disney magic. You may have heard of a howitzer, which is a piece of artillery used to fire shells on high trajectories at low velocity. Well, Disney has created what's known as the Smellitzer, which launches smells instead of shells. The Smellitzer uses a series of pumps and vents that launch the smells to 200 feet before it exhausts them to about 70 vents.
Don't die!
I died because of that guy. There's a real guy.
The scent of tangy salt air that you smell is really a result of the Smellitzer, and ditto for the fresh baked cookies on Main Street. It's also responsible
Guy's still alive. Now heal me.
and the reason the Haunted Mansion smells musty and earthy. Disney is designed to give you a complete sensory experience, and letting you enjoy the natural smells of the park just isn't enough. The Tree of Life. The centerpiece of Disney's Animal Kingdom is a 14-story, 50-foot wide sculpture known as the Tree of Life. It symbolizes the park's
His teammate died.
nature and a circle of life. Oh, and it's made of an
I got his
offshore oil drilling platform. For a park that claims to be dedicated to preserving animals and the precious resources of Earth, this seems like a rather odd choice to create a symbolic statue. They wouldn't exactly chisel a Titanic memorial statue out of an iceberg, so what were they thinking? Designing the tree was actually quite the challenge to Disney engineers, who wanted the tree to be able to sway and move like a real tree, but also be able to withstand Florida's hurricanes. One engineer was watching a documentary on offshore drilling and realized that an oil platform would be perfect to create the Tree of Life. It had a wide base that could accommodate a feeder and narrow area for a trunk.
Come in. Don't worry.
Capable of supporting flexible branches.
Not taking everything.
And purchase an oil rig in order to properly protect animals.
Find a scar.
Few Disney rides are as iconic as It's a Small World. This attraction debuted at the 1964 New York World's Fair and quickly became a fan favorite. Oh,
Okay.
sponsored by
ammo.
Walt Disney dreamed up the idea for the ride.
What kind?
And Disney engineers were struggling to do their job due to rigid time and budget constraints.
I was about to say I could give you any ammo, but shotgun ammo, and you need an AR.
Stepped up to help finance the project.
I'm gonna break this.
AR and
The original version of the ride even featured a Pepsi brand refreshment center, where employees would hand out Pepsi products.
I'm gonna grab this harpoon.
Get in here.
After all, haven't we all stepped off the ride and desperately wanted ice cold Pepsi immediately? While the ride proved popular with guests, Pepsi hated it. Seems like they would settle.
Oh, there's just a bazooka in here.
Character singing about Pepsi while guests floated on the river of Pepsi through the attraction. When the ride moved to Disneyland, the song to Bank of America, and Pepsi went on to make nothing but good advertising. Have you been duped by a
Give me rocket ammo. Give me rocket ammo.
There's a simple
Here.
that Disney uses to make the dreams seem longer than they actually are. It can make some of your actuality.
Okay.
This is especially noticeable on Main Street and at
Go to the water park.
What is this tricky concept called? We'll call it at the end of our video.
I'm gonna look for gloppers. Get in here. NAR ammo over here. Okay. When you're done, come and get in here.
Employees would have to ask certain guests to disembark during the ride and start over again on a new boat.
I heard a boat
That's probably my boat started.
No, a boat was there when we were in the boat. But we need to get to the airport.
Who's watching me? There's 2 people watching me.
I'm just quick. Wait, I think the 2 people that I killed are walking.
One of the ideas of Walt Disney what's his desire for an alligator pet? Now that sounds like a terrible idea.
I'm gonna get some mad.
Me too. That's why I stopped here. There's a shotgun right here if you need one.
I have a green pack.
Funny, I have a green pump. I'm the attack, so I'll change it for my green pump. Cause I'm probably gonna need pump. I'm probably gonna need the attack more than a pump, since I'm not gonna have the SMG.
I mean, I do like pack better, but yeah, I'll take the pump. Can I have some ammo? Though I only have 6.
Okay.
What ammo do you have now?
13.
There's a helicopter.
If I see a heli, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to grapple onto it and hijack it. Like a bunch of people do it. A lot of...
Probably not the smartest idea, but...
Yeah, because I die.
Like, you might not grapple onto it and just fall.
No, like, you have to grapple onto it when you get... How did I die from fall? How did I...
Fight over here! Fight over here!
You...
Your mic is cutting out so bad.
Is it good enough to fight right now? Just a couple hits from them and I should be dead.
Yeah, they're all white, bro.
Knocked one.
Yeah.
Their attack.
We told you about Disney's
I have no ammo for my AR. He has shield.
We aren't sure why they converted in the first place, but based on all the things, you can certainly see why.
Okay.
These creatures are notorious and unafraid. They think they're in their safe. They can try to leave, they also...
And I'm dead. I'm dead.
No. You have to grapple. I'm not dead.
Sets up their plan to terrorize.
Like, I have no health though.
And letting their bowels loose on a group of guests.
like no AR ammo.
Do you have any? Oh, here. But do you have like any kind?
Any what? Any what?
Meds. Like if you look at my health, I should need some meds.
Yeah, I don't have any.
Okay, I see someone.
Alright, get him. No, I don't.
I can't.
How much kills do you have?
1, but I'm definitely gonna kill him.
I have 4.
Where is he? He left. I can't see him.
He's probably inside the house.
No, but I am definitely trying to loot this chest.
He's not on the stairs. Maybe he's in the box.
Why? Just why? Why does nothing have any meds anymore? When I don't need meds, I can find meds anywhere.
I think I see a bandage loop. You got him?
Yeah. He was low. He wasn't low. Okay. I need to take his med kit. Oh god damn, I'm low.
I'm gonna fight his teammate. I'm gonna fight his teammate.
Okay.
As if they are farther away. This results in mainstream looking longer and Sleeping Beauty's castle looking bigger.
Look, now I can find meds, and I didn't need it. I don't need it anymore. Where?
He's over by the agency.
Can I take him?
I'm gonna get him.
Cause you have a lot of kills. I only have 2.
He's running away, so I'm gonna have to take him.
Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Got him. I sniped him.
Did you like knock him?
No, I killed him entirely. I'm gonna need a sniper and shotgun ammo.
Whoa, I got your sniper ammo.
Alright.
And I have some shotgun ammo for you.
Alright. I'm gonna carry the rockets to see if I have 5 kills.
Okay, can I get the next 3 kills?
How much kills do you have?
2. Probably mostly because of my lag. Or I have much more.
There's one inside.
But we also have to leave.
I don't think they killed Midas.
Yeah, there's Midas upstairs. Good old Midas. I just killed Midas. Okay, we have to go.
Oh, people.
Where? Can we just go to the circle first?
He's right here.
I got him.
He's white. I got him weak.
Got him.
Take him down.
Okay, you shake him. I'm gonna head to the circle.
Oh, I can't shake him. I'm gonna have to kill him.
Can I get some shotgun ammo?
I have a bit.
I have 2 mythics. I have the drum. Okay, I killed.
If we find the minigun, I call it. For us to all have the mythics. So for us to have the good mythics.
Yeah, we have all the good mythics. We have all the good mythics.
No, if we find the minigun, then we'll have all the good mythics.
The boombo is not that good. Like, I would take everything but the boombo.
I'm taking a big shield.
Okay.
I see him. You see him?
I got him.
Oh, I knocked him by accident. He has a teammate.
It's okay.
He has a teammate. You can get him. Yeah, get his teammate.
Easy snipe.
Nice. Alright, I'm gonna get my loot, you get yours.
It was an
My guy
easy
just had a
snipe.
scar.
I really don't need it. I have a drum gun. And a sniper.
Alright, let's just get all the kills we want now.
Yeah, I don't care. We dropped the 10.
Yeah.
Let me get one more kill.
I have 6 kills.
Let me drop one more kill. I mean, cause I really like want to drop at least a kill, and I only have 4.
We have at least 8 kills. I have 6.
Or at least 6 kills, yeah.
We have 10.
Next round, I'm gonna go try to get really high kills. Like,
people on me.
Okay. I got you. Let me just finish looting the chest.
Yeah, he's on me. I got him.
Does he have a teammate?
No.
So how many kills do we have now?
7.
11 then.
Oh, I see one.
Let me have him.
He has a freaking lightsaber. I just blanked him because he has a lightsaber.
Did you kill him?
Let's get him.
Wow, he has to break my staircase though.
Got him. I'm healing.
Someone launch padded. I went to their launch pad and I'm a launch pad with them. Probably wasn't a smart idea.
Bro, it's not even freaking letting me launch pad, bro. No, you have to come get him right now. Before he finishes. No, he's finishing, bro. I hate this game.
No! I couldn't. I was getting his teammate. Why are they even taking the guns? They won the game.
Like, my launch pad don't even work.
That's it. I'm killing everyone I see. Doesn't matter what skin. Doesn't matter what.
Killing everyone.
Yeah.
I'm going agency killing everyone.
I'm gonna take the drum gun and I'm gonna murk everyone.
Can I actually have the drum gun this time?
Yeah, I don't care.
Because I haven't even used the drum gun a lot this season.
All I care is about killing everyone I see.
Like, if I have the drum gun, I'm a WP everyone.
The creative freedom of animation allows cartoons to take their stories anywhere. And more times than we could have imagined, many of these cartoons have predicted the future. Which show predicted the Pokemon Go craze? Which show featured the future of a scary movie franchise?
I'm pressing it to replace my launch pad.
Ahead of his time. Time to break down these future predictions from favorites like The Simpsons, South Park, and Robot Chicken. Let's go in my office. Pokemon Go took the world by storm back in 2016. Well, back in 1999.
I literally pressed.
Ponlo cara.
To take it on with the episode.
Toma, yo tengo un carero aquí.
I say you go for the drum gun, I'm gonna go for the salty. But we actually have to kill everyone. If you die, I'm leaving the game.
Until we win the game.
I'm not playing by myself. If you die, I'm leaving the game. So you go all the way to agency, I'm going to salty.
I'm not gonna die. The drum gun's not that hard to get. The hardest gun to get is probably Broder's, because he has a minigun and it's really hard to kill him. And also he has the most health out of the bunch. Whoa! I'm gonna have a lot of kills by the end of this.
They all have the same health.
Well, 6 years later, the MIT professor would actually win the prize for economics, and hopefully he'll have cashed in on the delayed school victory. Clearly, the Simpsons writers did their research when it came to actually filling out the pool. Or Steve Harvey, despite being one of the greatest Family Feud hosts, hosting his own talk show, and writing many best-selling books, all anyone can talk about is his Miss Universe mishap where he announced the wrong winner.
A couple.
The mistake actually aired on Fox. the animated series, which showcased similar
No way, bro.
Come, just come.
Lesser of Two Evils, Leela gets crowned Miss Universe. Unfortunately, the hosted judge, Zafra.
I hate these lightsabers though. Like they don't even work when I'm trying to use them.
As Leela got stripped of her crown, we have to wonder if Steve Harvey watched the episode.
Did you leave the game? Hopefully you didn't.
I died.
Oh, okay, ready up. We were doing the same thing until we win the game.
Right up until the 2019 reboot got released. In the reboot, Chucky is voiced by legendary voice actor Mark Hamill. Of course, we all know him as Luke Skywalker, but Hamill has voiced numerous cartoon characters, including the Joker from Batman the Animated Series. It's nice that way. Oddly enough, back in 2005, Hamill took his first stab, that's who we did there, at voicing Chucky in a parody for the cartoon Robot Chicken. His voice role was great back then, and showcased a lot of potential for the future. A future which turned into a memorable reboot. We have to wonder if producers approached him due to the scene, or if Robot Chicken creators had some hindsight into Hamill's future. Caitlyn Jenner's transformation from Bruce took the world by surprise back in 2015. Well, not everyone was surprised, especially the writers and animators on Family Guy. Years before Jenner announced she was transgender, Family Guy made direct remarks about the former Olympian. First came a scene with Brian and Stewie where Stewie directly states that Bruce Jenner was a woman.
Bruce Jenner is a man.
No, Brian. That's what the press would have you believe.
Then there's a scene on a naval ship where Peter introduces Bruce Jenner to come out and do a seductive dance for the Navy guys. The feather boa and girly gestures were definitely hinting about Jenner's transformation. The show pokes fun at a ton of celebrities, but this instance seems a little too on the nose for the show's creators to not have a little more insider information. And speaking of celebrity predictions, Family Guy nailed another one, this time on actor Kevin Spacey. In recent years, a ton of controversy has swarmed around Kevin Spacey, including some major allegations of inappropriate actions from Kevin towards many of his male co-workers. Back in 2005, Family Guy had a quick gag. Barack Obama and the election. In real life, people were selecting a candidate like Obama only to have a Romney checkmark appear on the electronic voting screen. Well, back during Obama's first election in 2008, The Simpsons predicted this disaster picture. Elections are messy, and The Simpsons showcased this in the simplest way possible.
While the world waits, let's remember.
In the world of television and movies, there are so many 9/11 conspiracies out there. Basically, any type of programming that featured the Twin Towers is tossed into the mix and brought into the conversation as predicting the disaster. Even Bugs Bunny cannot avoid this fate. In the 1943 short, Falling Hair, Bugs takes on a flying gremlin who attempts to crash his plane. The battle ensues and eventually reaches a city where Bugs must pilot the plane between two similar-looking towers so the plane doesn't crash into the towers. He makes it, and decades later, the animated short became relevant again when people try to connect the whole thing to the 9/11 tragedy. Sadly, this isn't the only 9/11 connection people have made to cartoons, no matter how far-fetched the connection. In 2005, the world of cinema broke new ground with the mainstream release of Brokeback Mountain starring Jake Gyllenhaal and Heath Ledger. The film was about two cowboys who secretly lusted for one another and included memorable camping scenes. Salty balls. When the Sundance Film Festival comes to town, Cartman shows up and claims that all independent films are just about gay cowboys eating pudding.
No, dude, independent films are those black and white hippie movies. They're always about gay cowboys eating pudding.
Well, minus the pudding, he was right on track with the popularity and rise of Brokeback Mountain. For years, one of the staple shows in Las Vegas was the White Tiger Spectacular featuring Siegfried and Roy. On The Simpsons, the duo was mocked in the season 5 episode Springfield, when Mr. Burns opens up his own casino and presents the Gunter and Ernst show. Well, the White Tiger had finally had enough and attacks the two performers in a way that wasn't much different from real life. The 1993 episode seemed to come true 10 years later when Roy was attacked on stage by a white tiger after seemingly suffering from a stroke. The attack closed their show for good, and the world of Las Vegas changed forever following the scary animal incident.
Okay, there. I'm back.
It was a big hit back in the 80s. If only all the children watching knew how much of the show would predict their future. For example, Penny often wore a smartwatch with video communication. She had her very own laptop that looked very similar to early versions of companies like Toshiba. One of the biggest predictions of the future would come in the form of a digital camera. Penny used a camera that would connect to a computer and snap photos. No film was needed. The idea seemed way
out there back in the 80s, but pretty much every piece of tech that Penny used actually became a reality. Back in the year 2000, we all got to see Far to the Future, where we learned that Lisa Simpson is the President of the United States in 2030. During a quick scene with Lisa, she mentions one of the former presidents before her was Donald Trump.
As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump.
Well, 16 years later, the prediction came true as Trump was elected president. Actually, let's keep the Simpsons prediction train going. If you thought the Donald Trump prediction was impressive, well, then consider one of the biggest media purchases in history when Disney purchased 20th Century Fox. First came the rights to Star Wars from Lucasfilms, and then came the whole 20th Century Fox company. The funny part about the prediction is that many viewers may have easily missed the moment. Back in 1998, an episode showcased Homer visiting 20th Century Fox. Well, if you look closely at the sign, it says a division of Walt Disney Co. Plain and simple prediction from the brilliant Simpsons writers. Tangent time. If you heart Screen Rant content, then boy howdy do we have some for you. If you subscribe to us and click that little bell, you'll be notified every time we release a new video. Outstanding. If you're on mobile, make sure notifications are on via your app settings. Season after season, The Simpsons features a massive lineup of guest stars. In the 2012 episode, Lisa Goes Gaga, Lady Gaga takes over a ton of the episode, including an animated performance where she flies up in the air and sings a song about little monsters. 5 years later, Lady Gaga got her halftime show performance in real life. And she must have looked back on the Simpsons episode because there are many similar elements. One of the most obvious is when Lady Gaga gets hoisted up into the air, just like her animated counterpart. Of course, it all couldn't be a coincidence considering Lady Gaga's extravagant concerts over the years. But we just love to believe that The Simpsons truly does predict the future. Robert Downey Jr. made Iron Man the cool and charismatic hero we know him as today. Marvel released an animated series back in the early 1990s based off of the character. In the 1994 episode, the Grim Reaper wears a Teflon coat. Stark tries to prevent a powerful warp plane from going into production and uses a pretty disturbing video.
Why?
Showcasing a plane invading the airspace of New York City and launching missiles at buildings. One of the early explosions in the clip shows a couple of missiles Twin Towers that look similar to the World Trade Center. To only make the conspiracy stronger, the end of the episode features the same plane trying to stage a similar attack on Washington, D.C. The two locations and visuals are pretty surprising to see, considering they took like 7 years before the September 11th attacks. Small drones were once a novelty that people enjoyed flying in their backyard. Well, now they have expanded in all different areas of professional life, including the world of media. Drone cameras are used at all types of events, and naturally, Futurama was one of the first cartoons to showcase the futuristic tech. In a 1999 episode, the show features a parody of C-SPAN in the form of C-SPAN 9, and you can see the flying drone cameras capturing all the footage. Once the technology gets quiet enough and batteries last long enough, it's only a matter of time before drones start becoming an important part of all television broadcasts. The funny part of the drone camera prediction was that this came before HD television was even mainstream. Futurama is ahead of the game. South Park has never had a problem taking on celebrities. Just ask R. Kelly or Tom Cruise. Another celeb on their list, Miley Cyrus. The odd part, South Park predicted Miley's future long before she shed her clean-cut Disney look and came swinging in on a wrecking ball. The episode itself aired in 2008 and actually focused on Britney Spears and her big public breakdown. Oh boy, what's she done now? The Miley Cyrus episode as she starts to become a megastar. Well, the prediction of Miley's rise and major changes isn't the biggest surprise. So many child stars have gone through similar transformations as they transition to adulthood and leave the Disney brand behind. The Jetsons was another show with an uncanny ability to predict the future. Despite the show airing on smaller tube-based televisions, the Jetsons featured flat-screen TVs. And while we may not have flying cars quite yet, the robotic vacuum is now a thing people use on the daily inside their homes. Video chat was another big element on the Jetsons, and with so many new products, video chat has become a daily part of people's lives now. The Jetsons showcased a vision for the future, and so much of it has come true, except for a newer reboot of the show. It's not just early episodes of The Simpsons that were predicting the future. As recently as 2017, we got a glimpse of the future, this time with some spoilers for the final season of Game of Thrones. In the as Daenerys completed her transformation into the Mad Queen and had her dragon from King's Landing to the ground. Futurama always has the benefit of making funny jokes and visual puns about movies in the future. One of their best predictions actually came in the form of an official Baywatch movie. In the cartoon, Pamela Anderson's head makes a cameo appearance, and the show mentions Baywatch the movie and Pamela's Oscar she earned for her role. While the Oscar thing was false, there was an official Baywatch film, and Pamela Anderson had an extended cameo, one with some slow motion action, just like Futurama predicted. Mel Gibson was making waves for his religious hit, The Passion of the Christ, and South Park decided to do their own take on it with The Passion of the Jew. Using Gibson's actual picture, the episode featured him going deeper into some erratic behavior, including some anti-Semitic comments. This was when he was still the beloved star of the Lethal Weapon franchise. A few years later, and the whole world was seeing pretty closely to how South Park portrayed him.
He's absolutely out of his mind.
Outbursts, angry voicemails, and a derailed career would change the public perception of Gibson, and South Park predicted this all along. Sometimes just take a small joke in a 2002 episode of Futurama. In a cutaway scene, we meet an alien couple who sit and enjoy TV. What are they watching? Friends Reruns. Recently taken off of Netflix, the show was one of the more popular hits on the service and still airs in syndication on multiple networks. The funniest part of the gag was that the episode aired when Friends was still on the air. The best part of the episode is when the alien, Fleur, goes to answer the door and doesn't mind missing the show because it's a Joey-centric episode. Yeah, we all cringe at the whole Joey-Rachel storyline as well. Besides Bender, we meet many other robots on Futurama, including the tragic tale of a robot named Calculon. The bot recalls a traumatic time when he was run down by a robotic car in 2019. Flash forward to years after the episode, in March of 2019. An automated Tesla car was driving and hit a robot standing on the side of the road. The robot was scheduled to be a display model for the upcoming CES show, but clearly plans were changed after the hit and run by the robot Tesla.
After this, I'm gonna do a random duel.
Predict the robot-on-robot violence, but they also predicted the exact year the brutal attack would take place. Move on already! Sticking with the theme of cars, we're heading back to the world of Inspector Gadget, and one of his more impressive gadgets, the self-driving car. The inspector's car would drive, follow GPS directions, and even park itself. This is not only is the Tesla self-driving, but the tech is expanding and several new cars now have built-in parking assist. The one thing we all wish cars had, the ability to expand the wheels, rise the car up, and drive right over the slow cars in front of us. Now that will be a great prediction come true in the future.
I get beat up today. All signs point to yes. Paul knows everything.
The Simpsons has the uncanny ability to predict the future. Or we all can twist and change small moments and gags to make it seem like they do. Either way, we've heard the show predict Trump would be president and that Disney would buy 20th Century Fox. So what's next? With 30-plus seasons of content, there are things that are bound to come true in 2020, including some major sports predictions, future technology, and probably a third presidential prediction. Now it's time to predict what the Simpsons already predicted that will most definitely come true. Make sense? Sure!
Brilliant! I have absolutely no idea what's going on.
Why would you? Listen, I'm playing a random duel, a random squad. I mean.
The Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. Wow. Let's flash back to the season 10 episode Sunday Cruddy Sunday. In the story, Homer and the gang attend the Super Bowl in Miami, where an unnamed team in red wins the Super Bowl. Flash forward to the first week in February of 2020 and boom, there we have it. The key to this prediction comes in two forms. First was the jersey the Chiefs wore for the game. They could have easily been in one since their home team status ensured they were in red. Secondly, the Super Bowl location. Miami was in a top spot for Super Bowl games, but the big game
has been played all over the country, including Dallas and New Orleans. The player numbers featured in the locker room scene also match up many of the players on the active Chiefs roster. One number that stood out? Number 21, which represents Bashawi Breland, the cornerback, notched up 7 tackles and an interception in the big game. The prediction is just one of the many sports-based ones that
what?
featured over the years.
It doesn't let me join.
I'm on my Xbox on this account now.
Yeah, but it doesn't let me join.
I'm gonna go back to the lobby.
Okay.
Technology we could see becoming mainstream: hologram mail. The episode March the Future not only featured
well, at least we won one game and it wasn't on mobile lobby.
Yeah, at least one game.
And it wasn't even on mobile lobby, so I mean, we're pretty good on non-mobile lobbies.
Yes, I just died from a default 360 pumped me while I was trying to take a medkit.
While it's marketed towards businesses, you could own one for your home. Soon the visuals will integrate
I just hate the lightsabers, that's the thing. I just hate them.
FaceTime will become hologram
Alright,
time.
let's do a, wait, do you have the link skin?
Show me the skin. No, I don't.
If you did, we could have done a red versus blue.
We have another fun moment featuring Marge and Homer enjoying dinner together. But Marge didn't spend
We go do. You have this skin?
her and Homie simply suck some tubes
Yeah,
in their
but I don't
mouths
really
as
like
they
it.
enjoy VR food.
Alright, put on this skin, put on this skin, I know you have it.
Everywhere now.
Yeah.
Kids to mall displays, you cannot escape the growing trend of VR technology.
Back
So
when,
what about piping food into our mouths? Well, we
do you have the banner shield?
this a reality.
No. I was gonna buy it, but I only have 200 V-Bucks.
VR headsets as they went on
It was 400.
and indulged in food they didn't even know.
Next time it's in the lobby, I'm definitely gonna get it.
House in New York City. The visuals in the headset showcase a blend of food imagery and visual worlds.
We could have put it on
Would get
with
handed
it.
the food items and eat
Or do you have the Shermish?
had until they read a menu
what?
card after
The Shermish?
was complete.
Which one's that?
Or how about the Kaio? It's a robot
Kaio?
cat.
I think I have. No, I don't. That's season 9, I didn't get it.
How about the roundabout?
Roundabout? I think I have it.
It's the iris skin. Do you have the iris skin?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Do you have the wolf pack from season 6?
No, I didn't play in season 6.
Predicted the coronavirus outbreak. Well, that simply wasn't true. Screenshots were mixed from an episode
Just put no
featuring a
background. Just
fictional
put no
Osaka
background.
flu and a
Okay.
photoshopped image of a Kent Brockman
Do you have the
news
Star one?
broadcast. With so many worldwide
No.
pandemics, the prediction
Put on the
could
snake
literally
bite. I know you
apply
have
to
it. Put on the
any
snake
major
bite.
outbreak. While the
That's back, please.
coronavirus,
No, it's
there are some
pickaxe.
major medical advancements that are getting
Snake bite.
It was season 8.
in the season 23
Free, it was for free.
days of future past.
Bite.
So you have to have it.
Get treated by an advanced medbot who performs an ultrasound and
Snake bite, yeah, I have it.
the episode aired.
Alright, put it on.
Surgery robots, diagnostic robots,
And
Lighter?
yeah, I have one.
advancements will help the treatment
What do you want to put on for it?
Let my thing load, and it'll show you.
Hospitals are needed. Once the robots get unleashed, it could change the way women are treated while pregnant and help serve people all over the globe. 2020 is a major election.
I'm just gonna use
and this year's election could give us a major
Founder's
glimpse into the
umbrella.
future. Seeing how the Simpsons
We ready?
Yeah, isn't that the
Let's team
season
up,
1
people.
umbrella? Isn't that the season 1 umbrella?
Another shot at the dark.
No, it's Save the World.
2016,
Oh.
the Treehouse of Horror special
Season
featured the
3, I
Simpsons
think.
family shopping for a Christmas tree on Halloween night. Homer was dressed like a robot from the future. He peels back.
Alright, ready up. We're gonna team on people and creative.
Reads Ivanka 2020.
Okay. Well, let my thing load. So have it load.
President in 2020.
Okay, it's loaded. And I always have the Founder's umbrella on, so.
Election goes in November.
Well, I normally use the down sword, but I want to use the Founder's
Children are
umbrella
run
now.
in the future. Donald Trump wins.
I use the Founder's umbrella a lot.
2 terms after he leaves office. We're not here to get
And also I use
right on with the timing, and we can have a political showdown.
I use the Wild Blast too.
Just ready up.
Ay caramba!
don't use the Wild Blast. I have
Way
it
back
though.
in 2005, we got another glimpse to The Simpsons' future with the episode Future Drama. Many people love to reference the hover cars in the story, but we're focused on Homer and Marge's relationship.
Isn't the Wild Blast
in the episode,
like
the couple separated because Homer invested
No, I think it was this season.
underwater home. While the idea seems
No, wait, let me see.
preposterous back
Oh
then,
yeah, it was this
Homer's
season.
investment
Because we have Kaboom.
underwater homes are slowly
What's your name?
the newest vacation
Alright, ready up.
destination. And by the end of 2020,
I'm ready.
see them everywhere, from tropical
Look, we had Tina. We have Kaboom Tina.
multiple companies in Japan have been working
Yeah.
on underwater
Alright.
hotel.
Is it like did you mainly pick it like so you start?
No, I do not mainly pick the simulation. I do the default dance. I do the Orange Justice. I do Take the L and do Electro Shuffle.
Electro Shuffle is my favorite dance.
It is mine too.
Seems like every year more and more companies are merging.
Do you have it manually?
We have a giant world of Disney,
I don't have it though.
already 20th Century Fox, Marvel, Star Wars, Muppets, ABC, and ESPN.
We're teaming in boss fights.
Okay.
Viacom with the Paramount Network, MTV, and Nickelodeon.
How about let's go golded? This is cool.
No, that's I don't really like it.
Flash forward episode of Lisa's wedding. Sophie,
box
by
fight.
Kent Brockman, was reporting for CNN.
Oh, I'm pretty good at box fight, so we could actually do this.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at it too. And I practice my editing a lot, so I should be fine.
I am really good at it. Oh, we're right next to each other.
I'm going straight towards you.
Instead of streaming services like Apple and Roku, they
I'm on top of you.
companies as well. The major players will only grow. God loves a bunch of TV channels in the process. Get ready
I did it.
to become AMC
Okay.
or HGTV to become a Hulu GTV.
I hit the banana 32.
Massive box purchase.
Healing. Oh, you hit me.
Sorry. I meant to break the wall.
Alright, hit the banana 60.
Okay, I hit him for 100 to leave.
My aim is so bad. I got it. I'm dead. Oh my god, I just one punch this guy.
When we show Marge and Lisa actually living on the planet. So, when will we start seeing memes of Lisa and Marge on Mars? Confirmation of the Simpsons' great prediction? Pretty soon, actually.
Okay.
X program.
I almost died. I almost pickaxed him. Let's go.
Mars in 2024, the first of its kind. If it all goes to plan anyway. If the Mars test goes well, it can only be a matter of
And if me or you are left, let's drop our AR and let's do a pump battle.
There's a fish stick on me.
the frustrating barriers were portrayed perfectly on The Simpsons in the episode.
I hit the fish stick 100. Got him.
The race due to a dumb beer blip blocking out the sun. Well, 2020 is the year of major advancements. Major hurdles
No, the flashlight might kill me.
Yet many future technologies will feel the same metaphorical shadow of a dumb blip, just like Lisa felt. Environmental rules and
Oh, I hit the flashlight.
stomped on and changed by Donald Trump's term in office with nearly
No, I'm dead.
changes so far.
Flashlight is scam.
I wish you would watch me, but you can't.
I am watching you. I am watching you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're all under, I think. No, the one right there. Flashlight. All he does is shoot his pump. He's healing. He heals. He's not the only one left, though. He's at 200. No.
He was the only one left.
Oh, I thought the the crystal is still there. Alright, we need to be next to each other, bro. Oh, I see you, I see you.
I'm gonna kill the snake bite. That's gonna be my first.
I'm right here, that's
I see you. Can you let me in? Ooh. Protect me. Snake bite, snake bite.
No, I died.
Okay, next round, we got next round. At least one of us are gonna win.
Fishstick better win this. Fishstick better win this. Cyber sword.
Come on, she got this. Yeah, I got it. I can't. Let's go. Just one more. He got this. Fish just got it. Go below. Go down.
I think it's a wait, is it a default? Oh, let's go. Come on.
Let's see.
Got this.
That's the same guy was building on me last round.
Oh, no. It's the renegade.
The renegade raider.
No, it's not renegade raider, but it's just called the renegade. Let's go.
Interrupts us to ask if we're still watching some animated
Let's go. Fishstick won it.
Okay, I'm scared of Fishstick.
I'm in second place, you're in third.
Okay, I see you. I told you we got this match. Let's get here. Get it?
Snake bite! Let's go.
Over here?
Fishstick on me!
We got him. Depends how much health you have.
He's right here, he's on me. We got him!
We double teamed him.
Right. Let me heal.
Okay. I need you too. Here, if you need another fish.
Alright, let's see if there's anyone left. How much people are watching this? Alright, it's just me and you.
Okay. Show yourself, come on.
According to Dr. Simon Singh, author of The Simpsons and Their Mathematical Secrets, that figure is surprisingly similar to the actual 125 GeV estimate made by CERN over a decade later in 2012. The writing team behind The Simpsons seems to be a surprising number of math.
Damn it. I mean, at least me and you won once. But I am second place at least.
I mean, the frostbite left.
Yes, a sweaty. Fishstick is right in front of me. I'm going for Fishstick. Ooh.
No, they're shooting at me. They hit me. Travis lost spray. That's me.
Okay.
Fishstick caught me.
Damn it! No. Fishstick is really good though.
But now it's becoming more
Yeah, the Fishstick is trap trap. This Fishstick hears us. He's a trap guy.
Okay. At least he hears us.
Alright. First and you're in third, bro. Alright, we need to get this. First and second, boys. We need to get this first and second. I'm right here. There's me. I'm with you. Straight. I'm gonna come from this side.
We got him low. Tell him you win. You won. He had to one pump me. Oh yeah, you and Fiber.
Sure, there are lots of jokes about Homer's eating habits and Bart's prank phone calls, but there are also some pretty clever moments hidden in there. It's even
Me and the Fistic tried.
Yeah, I know.
Coronavirus 27 years ago. Yes, many of
You
us
came in
were
third,
stunned
though.
to discover that our local stores had sold out of toilet paper.
Because me and
But maybe we should have paid closer attention to the Simpsons lesson on how things like this spread.
I hit the Fistic 100.
Redfield is hit by the fictional
he dead.
flu. The source of the illness was a Japanese factory worker coughed into a box before sending it over to
I got him.
I'm dead. Oh, no, I'm dead. You killed me.
Sorry.
It's alright.
images of the episode online, which made it seem as though it dealt with coronavirus specifically.
I should have to take the L.
The episode only showed the transmission of the Osaka flu. And
This round they're not teaming, but the other one we are. Okay? Okay.
What?
This round we're not teaming, but the other ones we are. Okay?
Technology is to be expected. The show
No, you
No,
don't.
can't
I win this for you.
Okay. Okay. Yo voy a cargar la tuya primero, sí.
Pero hay dos cargadores.
Una de Android y una mía. Okay, do a dance on them.
Oh, I forgot to dance.
Okay, next time I win, I'm gonna do 60L.
I'm gonna do basketball.
Are we teaming this round?
Yeah. Let's just take turns on teams. Wait, no, actually let's not team since one of them left. Since one of them left, let's not team. The Fistic left. He's spraying me. No.
Don't worry, I already end you.
I'm gonna kill you. No, I'm gonna kill you. I'm not teaming.
I need to reload.
This is so intense, bro.
Yeah, I know. Oh, why? Why do you have to edit that one? Yeah, if he didn't win, he did your own dance on you.
I think I'm in first. No, I'm in last.
I'm in first.
No, the other guy's in. You and the other guy are fine. I'm killing the other guy. I need my.
Talking celebrity heads and jars yet, but some aspects of the show's futuristic world have indeed come to
Alright, let's team for a little bit. Team for a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
He hit me. He's dead now. I told you he's dead now because he hit me. Let me heal. Alright, let's play now.
Oh, teaming, bro. What the hell?
Come on. Shut up, default.
I'm a default. Yeah, that's the only skin I have today. That's the only skin you guys have. I have more skin.
We have more skins. You shrub?
What?
You're a shrub.
Alright, no teaming. We'll see who wins. No teaming. Let's see who wins.
Your mom.
I don't look like
Damn, your mic is loud.
Bro, that was his loss. I'm not fighting.
Yeah, I have one of like the best mics. I don't want to hear.
At least he has a mic.
No, don't come back.
You see? You guys are. This is I won't be one of each and all yo.
I'm recording a video, so can you be quiet?
No, bull crap.
Okay.
Oh, that's your wall.
Okay, I got him low. He's on 100 health. He just healed. He's on 100 now. Okay, you got him really low.
It didn't let me dance.
It always lets me dance. I always do the orange justice or something on them. Hey, wait, come out. Damn, why do you have to jump on me?
He just got danced on, boy. Get last on.
Now let's take a look at some non-fiction.
Last is good.
Yeah, my controller stopped.
I won the game.
Veamos, estoy harto de que no me use esa toalla. Un montón de días que
yo no la usé, yo para...
¿Qué hizo tú este reguero?
Oye, para bajar al caldero la usé.
¿Y para qué lo dejaste ahí? Mira cómo lo mojaste todo. Oye, trato de tener mi cosa ordenada y...
Porque si tú no cocinas, coñazo. Tú cocinas, tú haces desayuno, tú cocinas aquí, cocinaste ayer de casualidad. Viene la pendiente también. Ay, esta es la coño, te llega con otro. ¿Qué reguero te hice yo? Eso estaba así de la comida de ayer, que nadie fregó. Nadie.
¿Fregué?
Mira, señora, señora, yo usé ese plato. Eso no, tampoco Elías, ese y ese usamos. Mierda, levántate temprano y frío que ya desayuno.
What? They're already getting shot at.
Yeah, by you.
Yeah, show yourself. There's already a guy behind you.
No, that's what I was going to say.
You said we're not teammates, so I have to give you my all.
I now have to kill this guy. I could have left him alive.
Ow, that hurted, bro. Like, that hurted me and my feelings. Why are you crying?
I don't know. It's happy tears. It's happy tears.
Okay, I see you in my sight, bro.
You about to get
Who's gonna get slapped?
You. I did.
Stop, bro. Ow! It didn't let me switch. I hope you die from him. Just for saying that. You lucky bastard. But you are probably gonna die from him.
That's mean.
You probably are gonna die from him. Do you really try to pickaxe him? He was so low he died from the storm.
He was like 1
At least I placed second place. That's it. You want to team on him, and then you just want to like 1v1.
Nah.
It's way funnier when we team on people.
¿Te vas a quedar aquí solo?
¿Por qué?
Bueno, me llevas a Ariel. Hacete un físico.
Let's team on him.
Te vas a quedar aquí cuando llegue tu papá.
Okay. Okay, yo me quedo solo otra vez. ¿Tú puedes leer tu teléfono?
No.
Okay, buddy. I got him low. He's low, you can just push him.
If I knew where you were.
No, behind. Oh.
What is on his head? What is on his head?
No te va a quedar solo. No te va a quedar sin internet.
No, yo tengo mi teléfono. Yo tengo mi teléfono. Yo cambio y tengo.
He's behind you.
Yo te va. Pero tú te vas. He's like, what? How? He's like, why? I already got him like really low. Killed him? Hey, let me heal before you kill me. Hey, I'm not done. Okay, now let me reload my gun. Reload my other gun. Now let's do. Why? Why does the storm have to be so mean to me all the time? Remember, you did not kill me. The storm did. Hey, they even let me shoot my pump. They just said no. You're gonna die. I'm in 4th place. No, I have to kill.
I was 10 HP.
Yeah, I know you were.
You're in 3rd. Wait, I'm in 2nd place. I have to kill this guy. First.
No, you don't have to. I have to. I'm 3rd.
Nah, bro, I have to get myself to 1st.
And I have to get myself to at least 2nd.
He left.
That was an easy kill. Yeah.
Alright, let's do it.
Where even? Oh, that's where you are. Ooh. Wow. Lord, help me, please. Let me heal, Lord. Let me finish this mini before I die, Lord. Lord and Savior, let me finish this mini. I'm dead, Lord, thank God. I need to go. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, you trapped me in the store. Lord and Savior, please don't kill me.
Me and you now.
Just me and you.
What did I do? Look at that.
I need build. I knew right when you aimed at me. I need a build. Oh, that was not meant for. I need a heal. Let me finish this mini, please. For the love of God, let me finish this mini. Oh my God, like I'm dead. Okay, now I'm gonna be home alone.
Did you forget that was my wall?
Yeah, I did. It didn't even let me build anymore. My pin is high.